Oh, shut a door. Oh, fuck. Has there been a T-Bell sighting? I'm confused. The only T-Bell that I'm familiar with is Taco.
Glad we can go old school for you, Robes. Little TC Chin.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final hump day of June. The football magic numbers are 64 and 71. Mark, how many days until your vacation?
3.
How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope your week is going well. Let's get to the other side together, shall we? Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing all right, David. I am doing all right. I have had a bad back for about 5 weeks, and it's not a lot of fun. And you've gone through far more pain things than I have, so I don't mean to complain. But I went to the physical therapist, and he worked on me, and it felt good, except for it hurts more now. It
Right.
just hurts more. I know
Right.
that's probably progress.
Yep.
But I'm 55 going on 75 right now, hobbling around like an old fart, and it's starting to really irritate me.
Well, the good thing is you're about to go on vacation in which you're going to sit around like an old fart.
Exactly. The good news is it does not hurt to sit in a car, and I will be in one for a very long time. So that is a good thing.
All right. Hey, we like drafts and we like trade deadlines. Well, it's not necessarily a deadline, but I will say with the NBA and maybe even with the NHL coming up by the end of the week and the weekend, well, we've got drafts and with it a whole bunch of trades.
I'll tell you what, the NBA, obviously we heard about the Durant deal on the day of Game 7, which was not a good thing for the NBA, but the league ended with a Game 7 and a weird Game 7. I mean, obviously with Halliburton being injured, the pitchers and the sounds from the Oklahoma City locker room, they didn't even look excited to win a championship, for crying out. I mean, if you watch their videos and things in the locker room and then watch the Florida Panthers celebrate, one is a 1, the other one is as Spinal Tap's second movie is coming out in the fall. This one goes to 11.
The Thunder seems so young that they really don't realize what they've done, while the Panthers know full well what they've accomplished.
Exactly. So, that's the first thing. But boy, oh boy, obviously, as I mentioned, Shams let the cat out of the bag about the Durant deal. I'll give the NBA guys credit. They waited like a whole day and said, hey, here we go. Let's start making some trades.
Yep.
And we told you a while ago, Boston was going to get below the luxury tax. They've made a couple of moves. They've dropped below the tax.
Celtics are breaking themselves up and doing things differently. How good will they be next year without Tatum? Well, obviously we'll find out, but they're making another trade. The other thing I like about the NBA, Mark, they do 3- and 4-way trades in the NBA. I mean, they have to make all the money work out and what have you. But, I love the NBA for that.
It's funny you say that. Okay. Can I just challenge you on it? Because it seems that more times than not, and David, feel free to use history to correct me in any way that you would like. But it seems more often than not, the third team is there simply to take salary to make the deal work. It always seems like the trade's kind of there, but between two teams. But hey, let's call the Pistons because we got to dump this guy who's got 1 year left remaining on a contract, and we need to make the money work. And that to me is that they're not 3-way trades. They're trades that we've got to basically beat up on a team that's either in salary cap hell or is desperate for draft picks.
See, and I disagree because that third team is double dipping. That third team gets draft compensation. It's like, take this player off my hands and we will give you draft picks to do so. But that player oftentimes, Mark, is exactly what you described, a veteran who's in the final year of a contract. So what does that make that player? Immediately tradable. Somebody approaching the trade deadline that team can sell off. So they use their salary cap space to essentially double dip. They get draft pick compensation the first time, then they will trade that veteran during the season and get draft pick compensation again. Don't laugh. It's how Oklahoma City has become Oklahoma City.
Well, you're right that Oklahoma City's done really well by the draft. There are a lot of other teams that use all these draft picks and stay just as lousy as they were.
That is true.
It will be interesting, like heading into this draft. David, when is the last time? And again, you're the historian of the show. I look forward. You are terrific at being able to look back and apply it to today. The Brooklyn Nets, David, they have 5 first-round picks. 5 first-round picks. They are picking 8th, 19th, 22nd, 26th, and 27th.
Yes.
5 first-round picks. Now, you know they're not going to hit on all 5. I get it. But I guess this is how you build a team.
Well, but they have so many options. First off, how many of the 5 do you use? Because there are 9 teams that don't have a first-round pick. So how many of those picks in the 20s are you going to sell off to the 9 teams that don't even have a first-round pick? How many of those picks, by the way, are you offering Milwaukee in a Giannis trade? Seriously, if you're Brooklyn, you're starting over. You took your shot at it. It didn't work. You've peeled off Durant. You peeled off Kyrie. You peeled off Harden. Okay. For that matter, you peeled off Malik Beasley. I mean, you've peeled off 3 years worth of good players here. You're totally starting over in Brooklyn, but you need a whale, and there aren't that many available. And you got picks in future years, and like you said, Mark, they have 5 picks in this year's draft. I mean, don't you think they've called Milwaukee and said, you can have every single one of them? And we'll give you this guy, and we'll give you this guy.
And then you have to figure out, in this draft, we all know who Cooper Flagg is, but who else from this draft has the ability to break out and be a big-time player? And it's harder and harder with one-and-dones to be able to determine that. The basketball draft is now like the hockey draft or the baseball draft. It is as much, maybe a little more stable, but you know what I'm getting at. You're drafting young guys on potential. The NFL draft, we've seen you for 3 years. We're planning on plugging and playing the first 3 rounds of that draft in our team. The NBA draft, I mean, thank goodness that they made the move to take this to 2 days, because I don't know how, as a viewer, we could handle all 2 rounds of a draft in one night.
To show the beauty and the imperfection of the NBA draft, just in recent years, Giannis was picked 15th. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I believe, was picked 14th. And Tyrese Halliburton was picked 12th. And if we read you off the list of players who were taken in those drafts before those 3 were taken, you'd go, wow, there are an awful lot of teams that don't know what they're doing. Never mind the fact that the best player in the NBA was a second-round pick. Also, how good do we think Cooper Flagg's going to be? Do we think Cooper Flagg's a transcendent player? Because he was hyped up going to Duke as if he was one. He won the Wooden Award as a freshman. He's the clear number 1 pick. And I'm trying to figure out, is Cooper Flagg a 25-plus point a game guy who's a stud, or is Cooper Flagg a Christian Laettner? And I'm not just saying that because he's a big from Duke. Okay?
And remember, on this show, we actually give Christian Laettner in the NBA his dues. He was a solid NBA player.
Yeah, he played 13 years. He made an all-star game. Okay, but he was taken after Shaq and Alonzo Mourning. And that's what I'm wondering. I mean, how good is Cooper Flagg going to be? Hey, let's be honest. The last time there was a number 1 overall pick that people were falling all over themselves about, his name was Zion Williamson. It's been a huge disappointment. Huge. So I'm curious as to whether or not you think like Cooper Flagg is going to turn out to be a great player, or if Cooper Flagg is merely going to be a very good player.
I would lean for the record if you want an answer now. I'm afraid he's going to fall more into the very good player than the transcendent player. I hope I'm wrong, because all we root for on Miller and Moulton is greatness.
Yes.
There's nothing better in sport than greatness. Whether it's this Florida Panther team, whether it's a great golf tournament, whether it was the damn Preakness, that was a hell of a race. All we want is greatness. And I want Cooper Flagg to be great. But to me, we're 4 years away from even finding that out, because he is very young. And how will he be able next year to adapt to the league? Now, I think in Dallas, they're trying to win a title now. Can he be the third guy to help them? Or, as David suggested, and Dallas is not thinking it whatsoever, do you make the big move and bring Giannis to Dallas for Cooper Flagg? And if you're Milwaukee, would you take it?
Which does not appear to be on the table, by the way.
No. Dallas has said they're not trading him. I mean, they have made that abundantly clear. But teams lie.
And one of the great mysteries of basketball in North America is going to be revealed tonight. How can Rutgers miss the NCAA basketball tournament while having 2 of the top 5, if maybe not 2 of the top 3 picks in the NBA draft?
Ooh, I'll take that bet right now, because Ace Bailey is a sliding. He didn't show up for workouts. I don't think he goes in the top. He may have the talent to go there, David. I don't think he goes. And it's the thing I'm most fascinated about in the NBA draft. Where's Ace Bailey from Rutgers, and when is he going to be taken?
Miller and Moulton. Jon Chepkevich will join us in a little more than an hour to preview the draft. It's a hump day. That means Pat Kirwan. It means Seth Everett. And thankfully, it also means you. Here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Tim, I haven't had a real sneeze in a month and a half. I have to cut every sneeze off. I have to try not to cough. This sucks. And Paul, thanks for the info. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, sitting and driving haven't bothered me. Walking didn't bother me until I got beat up on by the physical therapist, but I'm hoping that it's the right sore, if you know what I mean.
Don't you love when you go and you do the PT and they open everything up and what have you, and it feels good. And then 18 hours later, all those muscles and everything let you know, I was dormant and now I'm awake.
Wow. I mean, he was just like pressing on my spine, not hard. And he's like, I'm not a chiropractor, but we're going to try to work some things out. And you're right. I walked out of there. I felt pretty good. I did the exercises he wanted me to do. I've done them every day. Yesterday and today, I couldn't get comfortable in bed. I can't sleep on my back. And I sleep on my side. And I mean, I could not get comfortable. I'm like, this sucks. Where are the drugs?
I was going to say, and you're taking what, extra strength Tylenol?
He gave me something, but it's nothing good. It's just a glorified ad.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I have to admit, I don't have a poll question.
I thought you did. You had one yesterday. You said, you know what we can do tomorrow?
Well, I've forgotten it.
There you go.
That's what we do on this show.
There you go. I thought it was something along the lines of, no, we did the repeat. I don't, it'll come to me. It'll come to me.
Miller and Moulton.
10:01.
Either a day early or a day late. Yes. But
I mean, for a nomination, I've always, we did kind of talk about it briefly yesterday. Which coach / manager does the least on game day? Hockey, basketball, football, baseball. Which is the easiest managerial job, if you will?
We could go with that.
Man, just throwing that out there for you. Just putting one out on the table so you've got something there.
Mark, I don't know, this is the goober in me, this is the geek in me, but I love the first few days, at most the first couple weeks of when a hot shot baseball prospect gets called up. I just think, everybody making their major league debut. For the 99.999% of us who would love to have been an athlete good enough to play at the highest level, even for a moment. How blank and cool is it when, the kid gets called up and his family's in attendance and he homers in his first game? Never mind the few who actually do it in their first at bat. All right. Well, because I remember, Mark, I was 18 years old, and I remembered when my favorite baseball team called up this 19-year-old pitching prospect, and I've commandeered the TV in the Martin Hall Lounge at the University of Scranton. And there was one TV for the whole 3-story dorm, and commandeering it was a problem. But it was a Tuesday night in Houston, and Dwight Gooden was making his major league debut. And I let everybody know all weekend, the TV's mine. The game is going to actually be televised on a channel that we get, and we are watching this 19-year-old pitcher. And I remember, people who didn't know me, didn't like me, guys with their girlfriends, and the girlfriends are like, why are we stuck watching this baseball game? And they're like, that guy over there.
If there's anybody under the age of 30 listening right now, we had televisions that we watched. And in college areas, many times there was one main television because you didn't have one in your dorm room. And we did not have a cell phone to watch the game on. Just thought I'd let you know. Sorry, David, go on.
No. So the Reds are not a bad team, but they're not a good team. They're stuck in the middle. And if you're a Reds fan, you got a new manager who's got a track record, but you got a few good young players. This Ellie De La Cruz guy a couple years ago, he captured our imagination. But the Reds don't have a ton of pitching. And, Mark, they called up this kid, Chase Burns, who was their first-round pick in last year's draft. Hell, he was the second pick of the draft. And he's facing the Yankees. You're making your major league debut, and it's against the Yankees. And I understand it's the 2025 Yankees. It's not the 27 Yankees. It's not the 1961 Yankees.
No. I don't even think you need to do that. And I always go back. I was lucky enough to go to a World Series game in '84 and see the Tigers and Padres. But I went to see the Yankees and Marlins when that series happened. And I was pretty young in Florida, if you will. And I worked for the hockey team here, and somehow we got our hands on tickets. And I went with a buddy of mine and our wives. And I remember we're walking into the game, and he looked at me and goes, it's the Yankees, man. It's the effing Yankees.
Yeah.
There's a difference. And we were not Yankees fans, but going to a World Series as fans, going to a World Series game and went, it's the Yankees, man. Right. It's just different. And I don't like the Yankees. I don't dislike them, but I don't like the Yankees. I'm not a Yankee fan. It's just different.
And 22-year-old Chase Burns is making his major league debut last night, and he strikes out the first 5 guys he faces, and they're all Yankees. And one of them's Aaron Judge. And he made him look bad, too. He's bringing the heat, and he's bringing one of those filthy fall-off-the-table sliders.
And obviously, they've never seen him before. Huge edge pitcher. There's no doubt. For the first time, huge edge pitcher. How good will this guy be? We have no idea. But let's see when there's a little tape on him. But good for him last night to mow down the Yankees. And good for him if you're a Rays fan, because guess what, Tampa Bay Rays? You're a game back.
Unbelievable.
A game back.
And even though the Yankees got to Chase and scored 3 runs off him in his 5+ innings, okay, he was asked afterwards, and he's like, oh, man, this is beyond everything I dreamed.
Great for him.
Just one of those. The kid for the Angels, he's their top prospect. They called him up like 2 weeks ago. Christian Moore. He hit the tying homer in the late innings, and he hit the walk-off 2-run homer in the 10th in the Angels' win last night. Do you know how many guys have done that in a game? You can count it on 2 hands. Now, this is very gooberish, geekish, I get. But, Mark, something's happening in baseball that happens in the NBA, that happens in football. There are a whole bunch of first-round picks from last year's draft that are already up in the majors and really contributing. It's a totally new day and age. They're drafting college kids.
Well, that's the biggest difference right there. They're using these picks on 21-year-olds, not 18-year-olds. That is a major difference. Still, the 18-year-olds get drafted, but if you look at the first round, it used to be primarily 70-80% 18-year-olds, and now it's probably a 60-40 college proposition, I would imagine.
So just imagine. Can you imagine being that 22-year-old young man making your major league debut? It's against the Yankees, and you strike out the first 5 guys of the game. I mean, if you could measure, the adrenaline that is pumping in you, when will that natural high ever get that high again in your life? Hopefully, playoff situation one day.
Yeah, I mean, that's that for a player outside of that first game and that first adrenaline rush, it would have to be an incredibly meaningful game. Late in the season with the division on the line. Obviously, a playoff or a World Series game. But it would be tough outside of games of consequence to have the feeling ever again of the first game.
So our friend Barrett Sallee one day when Ronald Acuna was making his major league debut, okay, and he literally was doing a national radio show about college football and was coming out of every break telling his college football audience that today is Acuna Day. And I'm like, wow, you're really geeking, aren't you? This is an Atlanta Brave baseball prospect, and you're telling the whole country who wants to hear about college football that it's Acuna Day. He goes, yeah, I'm geeking. So I think there were just a few people last night who were geeking. That's all. And, of course, I'm always one of them. With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
So, Mark, the New York Post is doing the Mount Rushmore of New York sports with every team.
Yeah.
So I find it interesting who is making it and being left off. Just like, Detroit's a four-sports city. Never mind if you want to throw in Michigan and Michigan State. You start doing Mount Rushmores, you'd be amazed who you're leaving off.
Oh, I especially when you have teams like New York teams and like the Michigan teams have all been there forever.
They haven't done the Yankees yet. I can't wait to see who their Rushmore is there.
All right, poll question. What's your are you going to watch the NBA draft tonight? Do you think Cooper Flagg will be a transcendent star, a very good NBA player, or a bust? The Panthers ran up a $500,000 bar tab that got comped. What's the biggest bar tab you've ever had?
Johnny, you missed the point. You missed the point. It's the kid's been in the majors 2 weeks. God, why are you guys so angry? Your shit in the Twitch chat room is so negative. And I'm not just saying you, Johnny. I'm excited for a prospect his first 2 weeks in the majors. He had a game when he hits the tying homer and then he hits the walk-off homer.
Yeah, I mean, what's his name? The kid from Florida. I mean, got 2 home runs. He's not off to a great start either.
No, he's hitting 209,
I don't
but
even think he's hitting that. But
he had a 2-homer game. I mean, just I don't know, man. You guys don't like sports anymore.
No, I don't know where you've been, David. They haven't in a long time. They like their team or their sport or football. That's what people like.
You don't have to spread joy.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Jon Chepkevich will join us an hour from now as we'll look ahead to tonight's first round of the NBA draft. They're splitting the draft up into 2 days. They used to have all 2 rounds on the same night. I think it took too long.
Yeah, you can't get in enough commercials that way, David.
Well, but it went past 11, I think. And I'm trying to think, is the first round on ABC? Like, are they putting this sucker in prime time on the network, or is this just a cable thing?
You know what, David? I apologize because here's the thing. I should care, but I don't. And this is where I've got a little bit. No, and not because of I'll put it on one of my televisions tonight. I will. It's my job. But this is where you, the guy who still has cable TV, is very different from me, the guy who has YouTube TV and streams. Because I just turned my television on and it's going to say, because they know what I like already, and it's going to say NBA draft, and I'm going to click a button. And I have failed us in that I don't pay attention to the networks nearly as much as I used to, because my ability to find the shows I watch is different now that I've cut the cord. Seth has talked about that for years on this show, and he's right. When you do that, you're just like, all right, where's the damn show? And let's go.
21 minutes before the hour. Time for...
That's not it.
Time to see... The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
We'll start with the NBA. The first round of the draft is tonight. Cooper Flagg will go number 1 to Dallas. The Spurs pick 2nd. The Sixers 3rd. The Hornets 4th. The Jazz 5th. There are 9 teams that do not have a first-round pick. The Knicks, the Pistons, the Warriors, the Kings, the Rockets, the Bucks, the Cavs, the Lakers, and the Pacers do not have first-round picks. But the Brooklyn Nets have 5 picks, starting at 8 and ending with 27, and then a trio in between. New Orleans has 2 picks. Washington has 2. Utah has 2. Phoenix has 2. OKC has 2. They have 15 and 24.
For the record, tonight's draft will be on both ABC and ESPN, round 2 exclusively on the 4-letter network.
We had some NBA doings off the court yesterday. New Orleans and Washington with a 4-player, 2 second-round draft pick trade, in which C.J. McCollum and Kelly Olynyk go to the Wizards. Jordan Poole and Sadiq Bey go to the Pelicans. Kyrie Irving declined his player option with the Mavs, but did not become a free agent because he and the Mavs have worked out a 3-year extension for $119 million. That's right. 33-year-old Kyrie Irving is getting $40 million a year. If he hadn't blown out his knee, he would have been getting over $50 million a year. One other NBA note. There's a 3-teamer going down. Boston, Atlanta, and Brooklyn. Porzingis and a second-round pick going to Atlanta. Terrence Mann and a first-round pick going to the Nets. And George Yang and a second-round pick going to the Celtics, who have successfully, by trading Porzingis and Drew Holiday, gotten under the second tax apron. That's significant, not just for this season, but for future seasons. They count how many consecutive years you're at certain places, and there are a lot of people, for what it's worth, that think that this new CBA that the NBA is now operating under will eliminate the great teams, that the NBA has always been about the formation of great teams. And they don't think that teams will be able to stay great for very long with the salary structure that's now in place in the NBA. We'll see if Oklahoma City can do it.
David, quick question for you. There are 14 lottery teams in the NBA draft.
Correct.
12 of the 14 have their own pick, if you know what I mean. It's their pick. They didn't trade it. They're not acquiring it from anybody. Out of the remainder of the picks, of the non-lottery teams, 15 through 30, how many of those teams are they actually making their pick, if you know what I mean? It's their draft pick. They didn't trade it. It's their pick.
Out of those 16 picks, I would argue that 5 or less are actually their picks.
You're onto something. But if we went 4 or less, you'd be onto something. If you went 3 or less, you'd be onto something. And if you said just one team out of those teams had their own pick, that would be the correct answer. It's at 28. It's the Boston Celtics.
Wow.
I mean, the vast difference between the NBA draft and every other draft is staggering.
By the way, while we're sticking with hoops, Caitlin Clark can't put the ball in the ocean suddenly. She went 0 for 6 from downtown last night. She had just 6 points. She did have 9 assists. Indiana did beat Seattle, though, 94-86, because Aaliyah Boston at 31. Our buddy Semesco suffered his first bad loss as head coach of the Atlanta Dream. They came into the game 10-4. Dallas came into the game 3-12, and Dallas beat them by 13. Angel Reese, give her credit, 18 points, 17 rebounds last night in Chicago's win over L.A. And the Minnesota Lynx were 12-1. They went to Washington, lost to the Mystics, 68-64. Hockey, we talked about it yesterday. Hall of Fame, 8 new members. And Alexander Mogilny finally got in. They make Carey Price wait another year. Zdeno Chara, Joe Thornton, Duncan Keith, Alexander Mogilny in the Hall of Fame. 2 women got in. 2 builders got in, including legendary BU coach Jack Parker. 40 years with the Terriers. He went to 13 Frozen Fours, and he won 3 natties. By the way, the NHL draft is Friday, at least the first round. The Rangers decided to give up their first-round pick in this year's draft, the 12th overall, to the Penguins to complete the JT Miller trade. So the Rangers will have their first-round pick in next year's draft. This considered an average at best NHL draft for you hockey geeks out there. Baseball. The Rays got a homer and 3 RBIs from Danny Jansen. They beat the Royals in KC 5-1. They were a game back of the Yankees because the Yankees couldn't hold on to a 3-0 lead. Reds with 2 in the 11th beat the Bronx Bombers 5-4. And Toronto's just 2.5 back in the East. Springer with an 8th inning salami. Toronto 10-6 over the Guardians. Tigers keep winning. 5 in the third to pull away from the A's early, 11-4. They have a 9.5 game lead over the Guardians, who are the only other team in the suddenly awful American League Central above 500.
50 wins for the Tigers against 30 losses. First to 50 in the league.
Speaking of the Twins, they lost their 11th out of their last 12. Mariners with a sac fly in the ninth to beat them 6-5. Cooper Hummel, a solo homer in the 8th for the Astros, 1-0 Houston over the Phillies. The Mets lost for the 5th straight time to the Braves and the 10th time in their last 11. Atlanta down 3-0, put a 5 spot on the board in the 6th. Braves 7-4 over the Mets. Look out, the Cardinals are hot again. They've won 7 of 8. Mason Wynn with a homer and 4 RBIs. St. Louis for the 2nd straight night beat the first place Cubs 8-7. And suddenly the Cardinals and the Brewers are only 2.5 back in the Central. Joey Ortiz, 2 homers for Milwaukee. They beat Pittsburgh 9-3. Skeens pitches today for the Pirates. The Dodgers with 6 in the 4th beat Colorado 9-7. Ohtani hit his 27th homer in the win. The Marlins doubled up the Giants 4-2. Justin Verlander is 0-5 with the Giants. His ERA is not horrible. It's like
he had a couple of bad outings that's made his ERA, but I mean, he didn't pitch badly yesterday and lost again. He's had a few tough losses.
Gave up 3 and 5 yesterday. His ERA is like 4.5, but he is 0-5 with the Giants. That's a sensitive matter. If you're the Giants, do you just cut and release the future Hall of Famer? It happens to many who maybe are hanging on a year too long. Padres 4-3 over the Nats. Arizona with a 3-run 7th beat the White Sox 4-1. Texas in 10 beat Baltimore 6-5, despite the Orioles scoring 5 in the 7th on back-to-back home runs. And I mentioned it earlier, hot shot prospect for the Angels, Christian Moore, a 2-run walk-off homer in the 10th. LA 3-2 over the Red Sox, who have fallen below 500. And finally, Mark, the NCAA is proposing to allow athletes, coaches, and staffers the ability to bet on pro sports. Can't bet on college sports, but it will not be against the rules if the athletes, coaches, or members of the athletic department bet on pro sports.
This will work out well.
They also, in the coming weeks, maybe coming days, but definitely coming weeks, will vote on whether to expand the NCAA basketball tournament. A, it looks like they will expand it. B, it looks like it's going to 76. 76. 8 more teams is the preferred model to 72. Greg Sankey, shame on you.
Absolute joke. And Sankey is the one responsible for it. So if you go to an SEC game and see him, make sure you tell him he sucks. This is all Sankey. He's led this charge for 3 years.
Yes, he has. And imagine that. He was able to convince the other power conference commissioners to go along with him. I wonder who's getting most of these extra bids. And at 10 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories and a 76-team NCAA tournament that you needed to know. It's not official, but it will be here on Miller and Moulton.
Text line is open at 21,000. If you've never texted the show or haven't texted in months, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000 and then text as much as you would like. David, you were talking about commandeering the television in the lounge of the dorm room at the University of Scranton. See, I even said it the right way there.
Thank you.
Texter said no TVs, no microwave, no air conditioning, no computers, no internet, no phone. Beer, weed, and girls, though.
Otherwise known as college. Hey! For the record, Heat picked 20th tonight, Orlando 25th. Just, want to make sure the Florida teams don't feel neglected. But I do love the fact you have 6 teams with multiple first-round picks. Do you know how geeked up we would be if this were the NFL draft and we had 6
really?
teams with multiple first-round picks?
David, first off, could you ever imagine in the NFL one team having 5 first-round picks?
Oh, no. I mean,
there's been 3. I remember teams that have had 3.
right. Or they trade in also, which has happened. The Giants and Niners in recent years all traded back into the first round to have a 3rd first-round pick.
But you talk about the number of teams with multiple picks. How many teams did you say don't have a first-round pick?
9.
Yeah, that right there, David, I don't think – see, to me, that I know there'll be more trades in the NBA. But on the surface, that doesn't bode well for me. Because if I'm following one of those 9 teams, I've got to watch this whole thing to see if they trade into it. I can't get fired up. Hey, pick 7. Here comes my team. I don't think this makes for, and I know they trade a ton, and it may be riveting television, but this wildness of it doesn't make for a good television watch to me.
Well, I agree with you. Like the Knicks, Golden State, the Lakers, popular teams just in terms of big fan bases. They don't have first-round picks tonight. Well, are their fans even going to watch? So I agree with you with that. Here's the other thing. Unlike the NFL, where they announce the trade and then do the pick, the NBA does it backwards. It's an awful TV product. Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David.
This is Miller and Moulton.
E.B. Hill, they can as rookies because the NBA is a rookie wage scale. But 4 years from now, probably not. Yeah, Paul, I think it's their third kid. She had the baby like 3 days ago or something. And Backsburg, no, we haven't gotten to that yet. Do you want to go with your suggestion? Which coach? Once the game starts, comma, which coach / manager has the easiest job?
Yeah, we could. I mean, that's fine. There's no day of any sort today.
Or we go Cooper Flagg. Do you think he'll be great, very good, not very good?
What do you think? I think, I mean, timeliness, the Cooper Flagg thing's probably the better question.
Okay. Just 2 G's on Flagg. So a friend of mine just texted me. He was listening to our conversation about the New York Post doing the Mount Rushmore of all the New York teams. And he said, what would be the Florida Mount Rushmore? And I said, well, wow, pro, college. But I could argue, by the way, the Florida Mount Rushmore doesn't have a single athlete on it. I could argue the Florida Mount Rushmore is Shula, Spurrier, Bowden, and Riley.
Huh. Huh. Interesting.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Thanks for getting over it with us. We are 64 days away, 9 weeks tomorrow, from the start of the college football season, which we declare is the Thursday heading into Labor Day weekend when there are 16 games on the schedule. Kicking off with an early bird special in Tampa, Boise State and South Florida. Hello. 71 days away, 10 weeks tomorrow. The Eagles host the Cowboys to get the 2025 NFL season going. NBA draft is tonight. The first round is tonight. They've split it into 2 days for the first time. So first round tonight, second round tomorrow. Jon Chepkevich will join us in 35 minutes to preview the draft after Cooper Flagg, who will go first. And by all accounts, Dallas is keeping the pick. And he is going to the Mavs. And, of course, Dallas has had quite an interesting last 3-4 months, haven't they, with that franchise? And here's what I'm wondering, Mark. So, like in hockey, how many times they take the pictures? They do it in the NBA drafts also, because as we mentioned last segment, in the NBA, they do the picks. The guys put the hat on, they pose for the pictures, and everybody knows that they're getting traded. It's like, well, what good is that picture going to do? He's not going to play for the Sixers. He's already been dealt to the Nuggets.
Right. I mean, it's the same thing, really and truly, when you think about it. When you see the pictures of the children in third world countries wearing the Super Bowl loser T-shirt,
right? Right.
What's
Kansas
the worst
City
look?
Chiefs.
What's the right?
Right. 2024 Super Bowl champions. No. That's they won a few others, but not that one. No. Mm-hmm. So anyway, Jon Chepkevich to talk about the guys after Cooper Flagg and some of what he and we may find interesting tonight. I mentioned it earlier in the show. I am all over the fact that Rutgers is going to have 2 top 10 picks. I think top 5. We'll see. And yet Rutgers still couldn't make the NCAA basketball tournament. It's kind of like Tom Crean. He had Anthony Edwards for a year at Georgia. Georgia didn't make the tournament with Anthony Edwards. And Anthony Edwards was really good. But it sometimes takes more than that. Either that or the coaching was just bad. One or the other.
Our poll question today revolves around the NBA draft. It really does. Once a year, we're obligated by sports talk show law to have a poll question that involves the NBA draft, much like when you all are playing in your scrambles over the course of the summer and you have to take 2 drives from everyone. It's really the same thing.
Oh, so you got that email. I have to admit, I don't get that email. So you get the email.
Right.
Okay.
From the Sports Talk Show Council, David. Much like the NCAA. They're really more event planners than anything else. But Cooper Flagg will be the number 1 pick in tonight's NBA draft. How good will he be? Superstar? Very good NBA player? Or will Cooper Flagg be a bust?
I mean, what would you characterize Zion Williamson right now? I mean, he's clearly not a star.
No.
But
he's not very good because he's not very available.
There you go. I mean, is he a very good player? Yeah, when he's playing. But wouldn't you have to consider Zion right now a bust?
Yes, and unfortunately, injuries can equal bust.
Yes.
It's not the player that just stinks and they drafted wrong, but I'm sorry, if you have a high first round pick and that player never seems to really play in the league because of injury, there's no other word to put on it but a bust.
I mean, what was it, 17, 18 years ago? The top 2 picks in the NBA draft. Seattle at number 2 got this skinny kid out of Texas named Kevin Durant. The kid who went number 1 was Greg Oden to Portland. How'd that work out? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's definitely a part of it.
We think of it maybe more in football where there seemingly are more first-round busts because we pay a little more attention to those draft picks. And I will say this, in the NBA, our expectations of a first-round pick, and I know you pointed out earlier, SGA where he was picked, Halliburton where he was picked. I get it. But I don't think most fan bases think they're getting superstars past about pick 12 in the draft.
Oh, I know they don't.
I don't think they're getting superstars if they're past pick 5 in the draft. And
right.
Some years, like this year, it's hard to find a second superstar in this draft. A bona fide guy that you can say, I'm betting my career on this guy.
I'm going to admit this, okay? And I'll take as much grief as I have to take. But I was listening to a little NBA radio yesterday. I was.
Outstanding. Good for you.
And they were just trying to prove, what a crapshoot this can be. And so they were going through the draft 10 years ago. Devin Booker went 13th. I mean, we went through it. Giannis went 15. I mean, Giannis is not a lottery selection. SGA was the last pick in the lottery at 14. The Knicks took his teammate, Kenny Knox, 5 picks ahead of him at Kentucky. And Tyrese Halliburton went 12th. So,
for the record, just looking at a mock draft that I've got in front of me, and don't worry about where it's from because they're all different, and I'm not trying to do this to say who's going where. But in this mock draft, of the first 11 picks, they are all college freshmen, then a sophomore. The first college senior they have being picked is at 14, a kid from Washington State. There are not a lot of international players. In fact, only 4 in this entire first round mock. There may be 6, there may be 2. They don't have all the answers. But this is not the typical draft in which the NBA fan has become bothered by not knowing who's in the draft because it was so flush with international players that we don't have a lot of history on or a lot of knowledge on. This draft, by and large, from what I'm looking at, is full of college kids. They're just all freshmen, David.
But I'm going to miss my Fran Fraschilla interludes. I mean, I've looked forward to that in recent years where they draft another kid from overseas and literally whoever's hosting the draft for ESPN goes, well, Fran, and he goes, yep, I remember it took 4 flights in 2 days, but I saw the kid play 16 minutes in Portugal on a Wednesday. Okay, and then they show this grainy Zapruder film footage, and it's actually become my favorite part of the draft.
Well, there still will be international players, so Fran will still have his spot. But come on, we've had drafts where it's seemingly half the first round.
Yes.
With international players.
Well, wasn't it just a couple years ago, the Wemby draft? Wasn't it like the first 3-4 guys all international?
Right. So that's not the case tonight. But I don't sense, and I know we're not a big NBA market, but I don't even sense, and I've not had a lot of texting with our 2 old producers talking NBA, but I don't get the sense that there's a lot of hype for this draft because we all know who number 1 is, and then no one thinks much of what's going on from 2 through 10, if you know what I mean.
Right. This is not the 2003 draft of, LeBron and D. Wade and Carmelo and Bosh. And, of course, the Pistons took Darko.
He turned 40 on Friday when Trent was co-hosting the show. That was part of today was the day when.
He didn't really live through that pain, though. What is Trent, like 24 years old?
Oh, so yeah, right.
He doesn't really know the pain of Darko. He doesn't know. I mean, to him, he looked it up, and the Pistons went to, 5 or 6 straight conference championship games, like 03 through 07. He's thinking this was a great era, and you got the older Pistons fan going, do you know how good we could have been? We never would have had a bad season for 20 years with the guys that we could have taken.
Darko. Unbelievable.
Yep. They needed a big, Mark. Remember? They needed a big. Joe Dumars, you can make all those great moves as general manager. You can lead a team as a player and a coach to NBA titles. And yet you're the guy who took Darko. And the Pelicans just hired him to handle their basketball operations. He's got 2 first-round picks tonight. You and I would have been the guys in the room going, we're going to hire him, right? Yeah, look at his track record. Yeah. Is there anything on his resume about Darko? Anything? Is that anywhere? Is that a bullet point somewhere? Darko Milicic? No? Okay.
So the NBA draft tonight, we've got a poll question up. It's about Cooper Flagg. What do you think he will be in the NBA, rather? Superstar, very good, or a bust? That Mark Miller. The David Moulton will retweet it here momentarily. and Miller_Moulton on X. If you don't do X, you can always just text us your thoughts at 21,000. Would love to hear from you either on the text line, on the Twitch chat room, the YouTube chat room, on the show today. Pat Kirwan, Seth Everett coming up in the great 8 o'clock hour.
So Cooper Flagg is 18 years old, and he will turn 19 just before Christmas. Remember, Flagg graduated high school a year early. Remember, he reclassified himself. He moved up a year. So he played at Duke this year. First half of the year, he was 17. And that could be something, Mark, that you and I are not taking into consideration. He's not just a one-and-doneer. He's as young a one-and-doneer as you can have.
No, and that's what I said earlier in the show, David. I don't believe, like Wemby, we think is going to be transcendent because of the things and the skills that he has. But Cooper Flagg, I don't believe we're going to know how good this guy's going to be for 4 years because he still has to figure out who he is as a human being. Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
DC, I get what you're saying because of his ceiling, but at this point, what would you classify him as? He's been in the league for 6 years. He's played 24 games, 61 games, 0 games, 29 games, 70 games, and 30 games. You're mincing words now, DC, but all right.
Well, Fly Panda, I will offer this up though. Now that college kids can get paid, will those international kids stay international? Because I know they're playing in pro leagues over there, but if they're elite international players, can they make more
The
money?
whole thing now, can they get paid by the schools, David? That's a big
Right.
question with this whole house settlement thing. I'm not saying you wouldn't take the chance on DC. That's not what we're saying. You're saying he's a level below a bust, a miss. Okay, if that's what you're going with. But based on the number of games he's played through 6 years, to me, that's a bust, injury or not.
See, DC, I would also argue for the first overall pick of the draft, he's a bust. But yes, we all would have taken him. Oh, Fly Panda Fly, we all know AAU is not good for basketball. I mean, we've all talked about it for 10, 15 years.
God, they almost kidnapped me. I took my daughter in to get her cast off yesterday. I'm walking back with the lady to get an x-ray, and she said, so, what level are you in gymnastics? And it's like, do you do anything else? And she's like, I play softball and soccer. I said, it's kind of big for her to play multiple sports. She just turned, she's, oh my God, I'm so happy to hear that. I wish you could be an advocate for our practice. Our doctor spends all of his time on social media trying to explain to people that your kids shouldn't just be in one sport at a young age. I'm like, yeah, no blank. Travel sports has ruined youth sports, ruined it.
A few years ago, USA Hockey started advocating for hockey players to not play year-round.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. First round of the NBA draft is tonight, so we're going to make that the focus for a poll question. Cooper Flagg's going number 1 to Dallas, 18-year-old sensation from Duke. What kind of NBA player is he going to be? Is he going to be a star? Is he going to be very good? Or, I don't see it. I don't think he's going to work out.
Right now, the overwhelming majority of you, 77%, think he's going to be a very good NBA player. But what's interesting to me is twice as many people think he's going to be a bust than think he's going to be a superstar. That's fascinating to me.
So that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly. Jon Chepkevich covers prospects and the NBA draft. He will join us in a little more than 15 minutes time as we'll preview the draft after Cooper Flagg. It's fascinating in that 6 teams have multiple picks. Brooklyn has 5 of them themselves, yet there are 9 teams that don't have a first-round pick. So Jon Chepkevich coming up in about 15 minutes time.
Time now for the coolest thing I've seen today, and it's brought to you by the folks at Air Advantage. Call today if you need service or a new air conditioner, 433-4635. That's 239-433-4635, or online at myairadvantage.com, myairadvantage.com. They are offering 18 months, no interest, no payments. A proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage online at myairadvantage.com. Well, yesterday, four NHL players, a couple of other players, and 2 builders got elected into the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Right.
And they did it by phone calls. And the phone calls, I guess, came from other Hall of Famers. The coolest thing I saw, and we're going to have a rare occurrence on Miller and Moulton. We're going to have sound, David.
Oh.
This is Joe Thornton getting the call that he is now a Hall of Famer.
Hello? Well, Joe, it's about time you answered your damn phone. Hey, Joe, it's Lanny and Ronnie Francis here. I'm going to let Ron give you the so-so news. How's that?
Okay.
We're trying to figure out what you're doing in November. But I'll let...
If anything involves hanging with you, Lanny, I'm in, and Ronnie.
Well, here's Ron.
Hey, Joe, I just wanted to let you know that we're really excited to welcome you into the Hockey Hall of Fame. You were voted
Holy Ronnie, holy doodle, holy doodle.
It's always great to have another Super Greyhound in there.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, I'm shaking. Thanks, boys. Holy moly.
Well, I can't believe you didn't answer the phone the first time. And
well,
thank goodness for...
Right now. I'm playing back home today, so that's what I was probably doing.
Well, that's perfect. And thank goodness for Kelly. She said, we're going to try one more time.
Oh, my. Well, thanks for trying, fellas. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Well, we could not be happier for you or for the Hockey Hall of Fame to have you as our newest member.
Oh, I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So that is Lanny McDonald and Ron Francis telling Joe Thornton he's in the Hall of Fame. One of the things I like more than anything about that particular phone call, David, is Lanny McDonald is 72 years old. Ronnie Francis is probably in his 60s. I didn't look up his age. Oh, boys, how you doing?
Right.
They're 72 and in their 60s. He only let one F-bomb slip and then went holy doodle.
And holy moly.
Right. Went holy doodle about 6 times and holy moly.
They're different. They really are. Hockey players are different. And we think in an awesome way. And so Lanny McDonald with Duncan Keith, Zdeno Chara, and Alexander Mogilny. Finally for Mogilny. But a tremendous Hall of Fame class. I mean, Rod Brindamore didn't make it. Carey Price didn't make it. I mean, there are some folks that we think are going to end up in the Hall of Fame and Hall of Fame quickly who weren't able to get ahead of the 4 that they're putting in.
Alexander Mogilny has been eligible for the Hall of Fame since 2009. And I think this Hall of Fame, by and large, gets it right. I don't have a lot of qualms with the Hockey Hall of Fame. This is one that not just Miller and Moulton had. Most of the hockey world had. He won a Stanley Cup. He won the Olympics and a World Championship. He had over 1,000 points and 990 career games. But he was the first drafted player to defect from the former Soviet Union to play in the NHL. He paved the way for every Russian to play in the league. The sacrifices that man had to make to get to this country. Read the story someday. It's incredible.
He risked his life, literally. He played the early part of his career thinking he was going to be killed. And he scored, 463 goals, something like that? He was a sniper. He was a great... What did the 1 year with Buffalo, what did he have, 70-something goals in the early 90s, which got overshadowed because there's guys named Gretzky and Lemieux? But he had 70-something goals with the Sabres, like his 3rd year in the league. Yeah, this was a unbelievable oversight.
That it
people
took
have been
this long for them to get
Yes.
McGinley into the Hall of Fame is a bit of a travesty, but they righted a wrong yesterday. And unlike other halls, David, when they get on this kick where they're not getting a guy in, it almost seemed to me like the voters for the hall finally listened to the hockey people out there who were telling them they were wrong. Where in baseball, if you tell a baseball writer he's wrong, he's going to puff his chest out and be wrong 10 more times just to prove a point that he can keep doing what he's doing.
Well, we said yesterday, you brought this up and you said, David, they can only put in 4. And you mentioned Chara, Thornton, Duncan Keith, and Carey Price. And you're like, those are 4 no-brainers, no doubt about it. So who are they going to push to the side to fit in the guy that we want in, McGinley? And I thought they were going to push to the side, holy moly, over there. I thought they were going to push Thornton to the side. And instead, they pushed Carey Price, beloved Canadiens goalie, who until Hellebuck did it this year was the last goalie to win the Vezina and the Hart in the same year.
And Chara was a no-brainer. I mean, that was a dunk.
Well, and so was Duncan Keith.
Yeah.
I mean, a great puck-moving defenseman and the linchpin on the back line for the Blackhawks for their dynasty. No-brainer. By the way, how many goals you getting scored with Chara and Keith on the ice? Wow.
Right, because as Keith's skating up the ice trying to create a 4-on-1, you've still got to get around Chara if you get the other way. What was he, like 6'8" for crying out loud?
He was 6'9". That lead, that reach that he had. Yep. So, but that was holy moly, guys.
Holy doodle.
Holy doodle.
I'm playing some golf today, and if I screw up instead of swearing, I'm going to try to go with holy doodle as long as I can. Miller and Moulton.
Moly and doodle. Those are your words for the day, Mark.
You got it. Holy doodle. Vote in our poll question. Cooper Flagg will be the number 1 pick in tonight's NBA draft. How good will he be? Superstar, very good NBA player, or bust? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. We'll talk the NBA draft from Jon Chepkevich. That's next right here. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Jon is on.
Yinzer, it wasn't a coaching thing. The friend of mine said, what if we did a Florida sports Mount Rushmore? And I said I could argue that on the Florida sports Mount Rushmore.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan will join us for his weekly visit during the off season. We'll talk all things NFL. Seth Everett for his weekly visit 1 hour from now. But Jon Chepkevich is kind enough to join us. He is the brains behind DraftExpress.com. DraftExpress.com, it's a scouting and analytics service that's utilized by NBA, college, and international basketball teams. You can follow Jon on X at Jon, Jon Chep, Chep. Jon, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Thanks for having me, guys.
Okay. We have a lot of questions. Some will be specific. Some will be pretty general. How about if we just start with our poll question today on this show, which is, so how do we think Cooper Flagg's going to turn out? Do we think he's going to be a star? Do we think he's going to be very good? Or do we think this may not work out? Curious your thoughts about 18-year-old Cooper Flagg.
For me, I think he's about as sure of a thing as you're going to see coming into an NBA draft. I mean, he is very young, doesn't turn 19 until December, but to come into Duke on that big of a stage and quickly become the best player in college basketball and be as productive as he was as a freshman there, putting up ridiculous stats across the board on high efficiency, getting to the Final Four, and then just looking at his game as a 6'9" wing forward with, that much defensive juice and some budding offensive creation skill. And I think the floor is very high, but the ceiling is sky high as well. I'm very bullish on his outcome as an NBA star.
How quickly can he become an NBA star? Because as we've mentioned, he doesn't turn 19 until December. So this is still a very young man. Some would say a boy. So how long can we expect to have to wait before Cooper Flagg becomes that NBA star? Is it right away, or is this going to be a 2, 3, 4 year process?
I think you can expect him to get better and better year in and year out these first few years. So I think off the bat, he's one of these guys that with his mentality and makeup and competitiveness, he's going to be very impactful off the bat. Especially being thrown into a situation in Dallas where he's going to be fortunate to be flanked by some teammates that he'll fit very well with, that have a pretty strong defensive infrastructure with a lot of size. And, he's going to get a little bit of a leash at the beginning with Kyrie Irving out to, continue doing a bunch of on-ball stuff and creation, but then can settle back into a more natural role once Kyrie is back, where he's kind of, off the ball a little bit more, secondary creator, just bringing a lot of energy. I think it's his well-roundedness that is going to stand out early on, and then pretty soon in year 2, year 3, I think he's going to, really vault into stardom.
Is he good enough that would you do what Dallas is apparently going to do, which is not entertain trading him to Milwaukee for Giannis? I mean, do you think he's going to be that good a player that trading him will look ridiculous?
I think so. I think it would be fairly irresponsible to, trade him at this point for Giannis, given the fact that, Giannis is 30 years old now. There's less certainty and control over his contract situation moving forward. Whereas, Cooper, like we just talked about, is turning 19 in December, and you have him under team control for, the next 7 years or whatever that ends up being with the rookie scale deal extension. I just think it's in Dallas's best interest. So they got pretty lucky that they made that Luka deal and then all of a sudden vault up to number 1 in the draft. And I think it would be foolish to spin that off and not, take advantage of that and set the future of your franchise in stone. As alluring as an Antetokounmpo trade might be, I think they'll hold steady and are best served to bring in Cooper and let him kind of be the guy for the organization the next decade plus.
Obviously, we know how pick 1 is going to go. We're not as sure what happens after that. If I were to say pick 2 guys not named Cooper Flag that you're highest on to be very good to great NBA players, who would that be out of this draft?
So I think number 2 is fairly sound at this point too, with Dylan Harper out of Rutgers. He's kind of solidified himself as the next best prospect in this class. He was, considered the number 1 prospect in the class until Cooper Flag reclassified and, made his way from a 2026 draft candidate to 2025. But for me, I'll give you maybe 2 of my personal favorites. I am a fan of Con Knippel at Duke, Cooper's teammate, who I think at this point is a decent bet to go in the top 5. Not a sure thing. Like I would say top 8 for sure, but spots number 4 and 5 on the board to Charlotte and Utah. There's a chance he could end up there. I'm a big fan of Knippel's game and his well-roundedness. His shooting is obviously elite. Everybody knows about that, but he's a very, very high-level playmaker as well. He's got the big, strong, sturdy frame to hold up defensively. Better athlete than people give him credit for. High feel for the game. That's somebody that I'm pretty high on as far as sticking in the NBA and being a valuable player on a winning playoff team down the road. And then somebody else that I'm pretty fond of as a prospect would be Illinois' Kasparas Yakuchonis, 6'6" point guard, Lithuanian point guard that developed in Spain with Barcelona prior to making the jump over to Illinois. He has a few things he needs to clean up with his proneness to turnovers and, taking some difficult step back jumpers early in the clock when they aren't necessary, right? But he was thrown into a very heavy on-ball role at Illinois this year and, had to kind of do some things, overextending himself usage-wise like that in that role. I think that in the NBA, you kind of can clean up a few of those sorts of things from his shot diet and his repertoire and kind of, just pull the good out of it. And he's a really competitive, tough, strong lead guard that can really pass the ball and can shoot off the bounce that I think is going to have a really long, successful NBA career.
Jon Chepkevich, he's director of scouting for DraftExpress.com. DraftExpress.com. 3 days ago, he posted his big board of 100 prospects. If you're in to the NBA draft, go to DraftExpress.com. You can follow Jon on X at Jon, Jon, Chep, Chep. All right, Ace Bailey. Does it concern you what he and his handlers have done here? He's turned down most workouts. He seems to be wanting to control where he goes. Where are you on the other Rutgers prospect?
So I think Ace Bailey is immensely talented. He looks the part of an NBA player, obviously, when you see him at, a shade under 6'9" in shoes, around a 7-foot wingspan, and just a frame that really looks conducive to continuing to fill out in time. Like he looks like a prototypical NBA wing. And I was in the house up at Northwestern when he had what I think most would consider his best game of the season, when Dylan Harper was down with injury, on the road up in Evanston. Ace Bailey just absolutely going off for 37 or 39 points on, I think, 10 total dribbles. Like, just ridiculous shot making prowess at that size that is very rare to come by. So I think the talent is obviously very enticing for, all of these NBA teams from 3 and beyond in this draft, right? But to what you were alluding to with how his situation is being handled, we've seen people tactically trying to maneuver their way around the lottery before, right? Like last year, Alex Sarr was in contention for the number 1 pick, didn't go work out with Atlanta because he felt comfortable with his landing spot being the Wizards at 2. We've seen Tyrese Halliburton a few years ago and his representation trying to maneuver their way down the board to the late lottery to somewhere they felt comfortable with. So the idea of what they're trying to do here isn't, foreign to the NBA draft process, but the execution of it has just felt a little bit sloppy and a little bit all over the place, and is rubbing people the wrong way. I'm like the Philadelphia 76ers workout, canceled it at the last second, right? It's just not a good look. Like, this team is, setting up all these different things to invite you to come and sit down and break bread with them and get to know the front office and go out to dinner and get a better feel for each other. And then you cancel at the last second, right? Like, I think that how they've gone about it has not been the best way of doing something like this. And you feel a little bit bad for Ace, because by all accounts, Ace is a good kid, maybe just a little bit immature or naive. Like, he's a young 18-year-old kid. So you would hope that he would be getting a little bit better advice in this type of situation. But I think ultimately it's just a matter of him ending up in the right place to grow and develop and thrive and become the best player he can be. And hopefully that's what ends up happening after the dust settles.
I've been reading that Derek Queen, the kid from Maryland, his draft stock has been dropping. Is that true? And if so, why?
That's a good question. I mean, it's a little bit all over the board as to where he could end up at this point. I think maybe 10 to Phoenix is in play, down into the, mid to late teens. Like, he has a range, back into lottery to just after lottery, I would say it feels like. Oklahoma City Thunder at 15 is where my colleagues at ESPN have him mocked currently. As far as why he might be dropping in some people's eyes, I mean, he had a pretty terrible NBA draft combine just from an athletic testing perspective and everything, which, if you watch him play, it wasn't totally unexpected, right? He's not the most spry guy out there, carries a little bit extra weight. Like, he's never been a very quick, bouncy, athletic guy. So, I mean, I think people knew he wasn't going to test very well, but it was not very good across the board. And then I think also just he is a little bit older freshman, like he's 20 and a half years old. But, kind of the way that he conducts himself and his personality and everything just comes across as a little bit younger and more immature than that, or than, some of his peers in this range that are pretty buttoned up and seem older than they are. He maybe comes across as a little bit younger than he is. So I think the confluence of those couple of things might be driving some of that perception of him sliding down a little bit.
John, we got about a minute. What do you think of the draft as a whole? I mean, there are 9 teams that are not in the first round, but there are 6 teams with multiple picks, including Brooklyn with 5. Is this a good draft to have multiple picks, or do you think it's an okay draft?
I think having multiple picks is always to your advantage, because it just gives you more flexibility and ammo to make trades and to kind of ensure you can get up the board and snag the guy that you feel most strongly about. Like, it's very unlikely that Brooklyn is going to use all 5 of those first round picks and their number 36 pick in the second round. Like it's very unlikely to happen, but this is similar to the approach OKC has taken, where they have multiple picks every year and can package them, trade up, and get the guy they really want. So I think that also just this draft, like you're saying, this draft on the whole, I think there's plenty of talent to be had. I mean, it loses some of its depth toward the back end because all of the players returning to college with all the money that they can make in NIL kind of cuts away at some of the depth once you get, into the late 20s to 30s. But I still think that it's a pretty strong, cluster of talent here in this draft, and there can be value had, all throughout the first round and some steals even into the second if you play your cards right.
Jon Chepkevich. All right. Follow him on X at Jon, Jon, Chep, CHEP. Jon is with draftexpress.com, draftexpress.com. Jon, thanks for making time for us. Admire your work from afar. Hopefully we can do this again.
Thanks, guys.
Jon Chepkevich joining us here on Miller and Moulton. So there you go, the draft beyond Cooper Flag. First round tonight, second round tomorrow. ABC, ESPN tonight, ESPN only tomorrow.
There you have it. And because we are obligated by the Sports Talk Show Council of America to have one NBA draft question per year, minimum, just like when you play in a scramble and you've got to use 2 of everyone's drives, Cooper Flag will be the number 1 pick. How good will he be? Superstar, very good NBA player, or bust? For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company. Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floormeisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sorry about that, Pat.
No, that's okay. Because I figured, maybe they have today off. I don't know. And I said, I better find out.
No.
Because you're always early.
Yeah, I take next week off, but the only day as a show we're taking off is the 4th. David's working next week. David took last Friday off. Trent filled in. He's going to take a couple other Fridays off between now and the start of the season to have a couple long weekends. So it's kind of how we're keeping at it.
Oh, good. Well, keep at it. And make sure you have enough free time. Who am I to lecture anyone on free time?
You don't have any.
I don't take it. It's my own fault. I wish I could figure out why I like work so much, but I do. All afternoon, I just laughed the whole 4 hours. Fans are nuts.
Fans are nuts, and you let them go nuts every day. I give you a lot of credit for that.
No, I know it's not. You hate that style, but
no, but it's whether I like it or not doesn't matter. I give you credit for it because not only do you let them talk, you let them answer. I mean, not all shows do that. You do a show differently than I would, and that's neither here nor there. You're a lot bigger stage than I am. That to me, that takes a lot to be able to do that, especially when they say dumb things, and you just can let it roll off your back really easily.
Well, my dad raised me with the theory of guided discovery. He just was patient enough to make me think everything I thought of was my idea. So, he was real smart, but you'll figure it out when the light goes on. But I like some of them. I kind of like to see if I can get them to come around within a year and be like, wow, I really didn't know anything about football. When they say that, I feel like it's a victory. That's what it is. I'm looking forward to going to Pittsburgh camp and watching Rodgers.
I'm fascinated by them because I don't think they're very good.
Yeah, I kind of think they're mediocre myself, but their pride there is ridiculous. They almost never not show up for a game. They will come and be ready to go most of the time. The coach is really good at that part of it.
Well, and the thing that you've impressed upon me is that the way that they can conduct camp is so different than everyone else. And they tackle and they hit. And that way, when September comes, they're already tackling and hitting, whereas the rest of the league hasn't been.
Exactly. Now, I'm sure if you notice the details, have you seen the pictures of Rodgers at practice?
Not really, no.
Yeah, well, they're out there. You can go to this.
Right.
And you can just put in Rodgers. What's like to me, which I fully expected, I'm trying to point that out to the listeners today, is no red jersey for quarterbacks. It's the only team in the league where the quarterback is wearing exactly what the offense is wearing. And the defense will take shots at him. And they'll blitz him on the very first day of practice. Half these teams don't even put a blitz into week 3 of camp. The first day, they will have 10 blitzes, and then they'll use every one of them at practice. He has not been coached like that, so it'll be fun to see how he responds. I think I'm going to be there day 5 and 6. So, yeah, fun. Everything else going on? Kind of a boring time. I was getting a little bit into the whole collusion case. I was laughing. The guy has it right, and I know that the moron down in West Virginia doesn't.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this hump day. So we're halfway through our week in the 239 and the 904. Final hour of the show, Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question involves the first round of the NBA draft, which is tonight. Cooper Flagg's going to go first overall to Dallas. So do you think he's going to be a star? Do you think he's going to be merely very good? Or do you think, I don't know, not my cup of tea? vote accordingly. Most of you right now overwhelmingly saying you think he'll be very good. The NBA thinks he's going to be a star. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. It's time for Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, which is weekdays 3 to 7. Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. How you doing?
I'm doing great. And, just as people, it's a quiet time, but it's a chance for us to keep working on those position groups. We're in the middle of the offensive lines. To be a great offensive line, you have to have a left tackle who can block by himself. The 3 inside guys have to hold up to playing 90% of the plays and no holding calls or 1 or 2. I look at holding calls by how many plays you're in. So if you're in for 1,000 plays and you have 2 holding calls, no problem. 1 every 500 is okay by me. But if you are in for 150 plays and have 2 holding calls, that's a different story. So that kind of stuff. And we love the backups in the O-line thing is really critical because lineman 6 is usually the swing tackle and lineman 7 is usually the inside guard center guy, and you really need him all the time. I know David and Mark and I agree with you that we should have 8 offensive linemen on game day, but they don't, and until further notice, they won't. So, but it's fun doing the O-line because at the end, we constantly, all of us say, you got to win the game in the trenches. And once again, the Baltimore Ravens are going to make the top 5 in offensive line. That would mean they made the top 5 in every offensive group. Can't wait to get to their defense and see how they really stack up there because right now they look like no excuses. Go out. And they signed a bunch of over 30-year-olds. They have like 12 guys on the team that are 30 or older, and now 4 of them, I believe, or 5 of them came from this free agent class. Wouzier, John Jenkins, Noteboom, who's a critical backup for them, Cooper Rush, they're all over 30. What does that tell us about? They're making a big push right here. They're not worried about the age of the team. It's time to make sure they get over the top. So hopefully they do.
Well, and obviously with Alexander signing in Baltimore too, that adds another piece to the puzzle. It was very Ravens-like. They were able to get a player with a high ceiling and obviously an injury-riddled past in the last couple of years, but they were able to get him, I think, fairly economically, and that to me is the perfect Raven because I'm not sure they're concerned about him playing 17 games. They are very sure they want him to play the last 5 and anything that goes on in January.
I totally agree. And do you ever notice how when Lamar wants something, he gets it? It's like, remember when they closed the deal to make sure that he did his deal? He was really advocating for his former college friend, Alexander. So, yeah, and I'm with you. I think if he plays 12 games, they'll be happy as could be. And if you really think about their offense, the way I'm looking at them, they're going to score a lot of points, and their defense is going to be a nickel or dime defense almost the whole game. And that means 3 or 4 corners on the field. So I think there's room for him even if he stays healthy all the time.
Pat Kirwan joining us, as all our guests do, on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. So I don't know how detailed to get on this. Some are saying it's a bombshell. Some are saying it's interesting, but it's not going to amount to much. So I guess we found out yesterday that Goodell in the NFL 3+ years ago urged teams to pull back on the guaranteed money after the Browns gave the Deshaun Watson deal, but there was no proof that the teams actually followed his lead. Is that really the lead paragraph in this story?
Well, there are people that just want to get after the NFL and now even the union. There's a reason those guys didn't talk about it because there was no collusion. And Droney, who was responsible for investigating it, his quote says it all. This is between, really, they were hanging their hat on our friends over there, Spanos and Bidwell. When Bidwell gets the deal done with Murray and calls Spanos to let him know, they're friends. You're allowed to talk to the other owners. But Droney said it. Neither the texts or the emails from the owners about contract negotiation showed they were participating in a plan to reduce guarantees. So, of course, I went and looked at those contracts. So he calls about the Kyler Murray deal and says, hey, we're happy we didn't spend a lot of guaranteed money. What does Spanos say? Good for you. It's getting pretty expensive to have a quarterback. But exactly 1 year later, they got to do Herbert's deal. So I compared the two contracts. The guy who was told, good for you, here's what he did. First, the Kyler Murray deal. It's a $230, I'm going to round these up, $230 million deal, 69% of it guaranteed. 69% guaranteed. I can get through all the other stuff in a minute. A year later, Herbert, whose owner said, congratulations, you got less guaranteed money than fully guaranteed. That's not collusion. So what do they do in Charger country? They increase the deal by 14%. But by the way, the cap only went up 9% from 2022 when the Murray deal was done to 2023 when the Herbert deal was done. The cap went up 9.3%. But what do they do at the Chargers? They give him a 14% raise. And on the guaranteed money, they go from 69% guaranteed to 83% guaranteed. So did Spanos think he was working off the Bidwell deal? He knew he had to pay his guy more. That's the market. And it really shows up in it's basically 14% increase across the board from the Kyler Murray deal from 1 year before. What collusion are we talking about? Apparently, Mr. Droney said there is no collusion based on what you showed me as evidence. So the guys who want to, the NFL, because one guy did a fully guaranteed deal, doesn't mean anyone else ever will. And by the way, it was right after the deal with Watson. It was that Steve Bisciotti said, this is going to be a problem for me signing Lamar. Lamar asked for a fully guaranteed deal. He didn't give him a fully guaranteed deal. And no one else gave anyone else. Now, the second round stuff is interesting right now with 30 of them not signed yet. And I understand why the agents won't sign until the kid says, I have to go in now. Practice just started. And a lot of them will go in for not guaranteed money. But the collusion, we all know the definition of a collusion, a secret agreement. Are text messages secret? No. You can get those anytime you want if you're in court. A secret agreement, especially for an illegal purpose, that's a collusion. All I see is Kyler Murray got a deal, and then Herbert got a deal the year later for the 14% increase when the cap went up 9%. They're making more money than they ever made. 83% guaranteed. I think you'd take that deal, David.
Yes.
Very quickly, what Pat alluded to, right now, 30 of the 32 second-round picks are unsigned because the first two picks in the second round got fully guaranteed deals. So obviously every other agent's asking for their client to get a fully guaranteed deal, and all the other teams have said, yeah, that ain't happening. So right now there's a stare down.
And I think at the end of the day, the teams will win. Since we were talking about Kyler Murray, last week on Friday, we talked about a lot of AFC quarterbacks and the pressure that they had on them to win a Super Bowl, the Burrows, the Allens, the Lamars. But Kyler Murray has as much pressure. I don't know if it's Goff, it's Kyler Murray. When you look at the NFC, how much pressure does Kyler Murray have on him to get this team to the postseason this year? And what are the repercussions if he doesn't?
Yeah. I won't say that the division is weaker. That's unfair to say, but he has not delivered what he was as the first pick, and he hasn't delivered as the contract was written for him, and with an average of $46 million. So I think right off the bat, Mark, if he doesn't deliver soon, they'll be thinking about other ways to go. Meanwhile, Lamar is already getting ready to negotiate an extension. Does anyone think they're negotiating an extension with Kyler Murray right now? No.
Hell no.
Hell no. He's got to deliver. Now, the team, I've talked to their GM and their coach. The GM's a very interesting guy, and he really thinks he's starting to build something out there. They're holding up okay in the positional breakdown stuff. Not great, but the quarterback is kind of average. And he's a runaround guy, and there are runaround guys that win, but he's not one of them right now. And I think the pressure is huge on him right now. But again, not that we have to do it right now, although we can. Where would you rank him as a quarterback in the NFC?
No better than middle of the pack.
Yeah. So he's been overpaid. While they're worrying about collusion, he was overpaid.
But I agree with the general manager. Like, we don't think good things about Arizona because they haven't won much in the last 5 or so years. They had the one season under Kingsbury. They got off to the 7-0 start, faltered, still made the playoffs, lost in the first round. But I think that GM's done a good job putting this roster together. Pat, for what it's worth, Arizona was like 30th, 31st, 32nd in all the pocket passing stats in the league last year. He's got a tight end. He's got a running back. He's got 2 really good young wide receivers. I mean, the defense is actually solid. This is all on him, isn't it?
It is on him. And it usually is on the quarterback. But they did not really, if you look at their starting lineup, they have not added one veteran or draft pick that's going to start. So they pumped in a couple of older guys on the defense, Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson, guys like that. They expect something out of 2 or 3 of the draft picks right away. So he's in the middle of a process that takes a long time. But while you're building it, if the quarterback's not making traction and moving up as you put him in the middle of the conference and getting himself into the top 5 or the top 4 of the conference, then how much headway are you going to make? Is it going to go unrecognized that the roster has been built? And to me, when you have a quarterback situation, I don't want to blame him. He's just an average guy.
Jacoby Brissett, by the way, right now listed as the backup in Arizona. He's Pat Kirwan. His day job is NFL radio 3 to 7 weekdays. The show is called Moving the Chains. Pat comes to us courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. More with Pat Kirwan on the other side. Seth Everett in 25 minutes here on Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, it sounds like you have some new advertisers, too. There he is.
All right.
I said it sounds like when I listen to the show, it sounds like you have some new advertisers.
We have one. We got recently. We actually just lost one that we've had for a year and a half, and that stinks because it's not our doing. Molly Maid, who's a janitorial service company, they've lost 5 employees because of deportations.
Oh, gosh.
That they've literally lost their work visas, that they're not being renewed, and he doesn't have employees, and he's losing his mind because he doesn't know if he can even go on. Kind of scary.
Yeah. It's funny. We've had a couple of different groups clean our place up in Florida, and they're operated by men, and they usually come with the guy we have now comes with his wife. They're American, and he used to be a manager of a Publix, and he said after a while, when his wife started cleaning houses, and he said we started to see how much money we could make. So I left Publix. I was getting tired of 20 years of that.
Wow, that's a hard job, but that's a well-paying job.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, he just sold it. He had Towboat US, and I met Captain Richard Paul years ago. Great guy. But he was a Publix manager for years, and he got out and started that Towboat US franchise here. And he and another manager, but he did say it's hard. That is a grueling job to run one of those stores. I could imagine that it would be. You got a ton of employees, and who comes up to a manager at a grocery store to say something nice?
No one.
Yeah, just like at a restaurant. When do you call the manager over? And every once in a while, I've done it at restaurants. Can I see the manager? Hey, food was great. Service was great. I'm not doing this because I'm not going to tip her. She's going to get a great tip. Just thought you needed to have something to smile about today.
Yeah.
And restaurant managers are blown away when you do that because they're walking to the table going, oh, crap. Oh, crap.
Yeah.
What are they going to yell at me about now?
Yep. No, I'm with you. You're going to make me do more of it and say nice things when I go out. But he just said he had enough. He was burned out.
I can see it. I can see it.
He goes, I did well. I saved my money, but I really wanted to get away from it all and just work with my wife. And we clean places every morning. And then he goes, in the afternoon, I play golf.
Good for him. It's funny. I have a friend of mine who started working as a business broker selling businesses. And I'm like, find something for me. If there's something out there, especially if I can do this and that would be perfect and give my wife more of a break who's working her ass off. He sends me an email yesterday about a sports bar for sale. I sent him I text him instead of emailing him back. I said, so you want me to get divorced and go broke? Like, what the hell are you trying to do here, man?
Yeah. If you ever said I'm interested, I would have flown down. I just got back yesterday, but I would have flown down and laid in front of your house and not let you leave the house.
Are you kidding me? You know what? Maybe 20 years ago, something like that. And I've always wanted a little restaurant because I love to cook and I like that business. But no way.
No. I tell guys, if you like to drink, don't buy a bar.
Damn right.
Well, divorce is absolutely a criteria for success in that business.
Absolutely.
It's nonstop. Oh, anyway, life is good.
So, Pat, I'm going to ask you one question that's going to piss you. I'm going to wait. I'm going to piss you off.
No.
Back with a question.
You listen. I have 4 hours a day. You cannot piss me off. I'm made of rubber. You hear them. Now we got a call yesterday from China.
From China?
Yeah, I know he's a CIA guy. He used to call us from Poland. Now he's calling us from Austria. I said, what, are you getting a better view over there or something? You got your binoculars out? So, but this guy called on his computer from China. He goes, I listen every day. I never thought to call. And then I heard the guy calling from Poland. And I said, let me try on my computer. And he got right in.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Seth Everett will join us in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan in front of us. Pat's, during the offseason, weekly appearance on the show, brought to us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat, Seth, and all our guests joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline.
I got to say something about Pinchers. I'm down in Florida all weekend for a hockey tournament. I took my grandson and his two buddies to Pinchers twice. They couldn't get enough of Pinchers. They thought it was the greatest. And besides eating fish and shrimp, which is what all three of them loved, they said the next time you're on the radio, tell the whole world these are the best French fries in America. I said, okay, I'll do it. So there it is, folks. Pinchers is awesome.
They do have great fries. They really do. They have good French fries there. There is no doubt. All right, Pat, I've got to do this. I apologize before the question because I think I know the answer. But we twice last week ended up getting into this on the show. David was gone on Friday, so Trent filled in. He and I did, and David and I had a poll question about it earlier in the week. Shadur Sanders got a speeding ticket, and it turns out he got another one and was not rude to the police officer, didn't do anything wrong, is apparently going to pay his tickets. Is this a non-story, or for a fourth-string quarterback, is this an alarm?
It's probably a non-story. I'm sure as citizens, we would like it to be a story because he was breaking the law. I've heard it. He didn't even show up for a court appearance on the first one, right?
Right.
That to me is, you're in the head coach's office, the door's closed, and he reads you not the riot act, but he basically tells you to grow up. Somewhat embarrassing him that you're acting like a child here with a new toy, a car. And what I think the media will do, though, you tell me, fellas, I think this is their hint to go back and check what he might have done in Colorado and maybe find out there's more to the story and there's more episodes. I don't know, but his own brother made fun of him, which was
what I thought was great.
Yeah, I'm sure Shadur wasn't happy with his little bro there, but I think when this stuff happens, and I used to tell our guys, you've opened up a can of worms. The media is going to check everything about you and find out if in high school or college or since you became a pro, have you had other episodes with speeding or anything to do with motor vehicles. So he's going to be under that scrutiny, and maybe that's good for him. So he gets a little embarrassed if possible and starts to grow up. But I think this time around, it's just you're going to have a hard time getting to the starting lineup. Don't put any other hurdles in the way. I think that's and I used to have to. Pete would always say to me, "You take them. You do a better job of warning them." And I would. And a lot of times, I'd introduce them to the state troopers, and I'd say, he's in here. He hangs around with us, likes football, but he operates on the highways, and he's pulled over our guys before, and they get the ticket. They're not going to get excused because they're members of the football team. And so hopefully and I guarantee his father said something to him. His father knows that kind of attention's not what he needs right now.
So the Colts story is that Richardson's going to be ready for the beginning of camp. So does that mean that they're going to split snaps 50-50? I mean, listen, Jones got his money. He's backing up for now probably one of the least stable starting quarterbacks in the league. I mean, you don't have to, even if you promised him in negotiations a fair shot at the job, you can renege on that because you're paying him. But are they really going to do a 50-50 snaps and old-fashioned quarterback competition in Indy?
They might start out that way. We've had those, and they don't last long.
No.
Because a week or 10 days into it, the head coach is going to tell the general manager, our installation pace is behind schedule. They know how many things they have to get in a day. And with one practice a day, they already know that. I've asked 100 coaches this. What's your installation race now with one practice a day? And what do they tell us? What is Belichick? I've said it on this show. Belichick told me I'm still installing the whole month of September. You got to get the time to put stuff in. And if you're splitting two quarterbacks, now remember, Daniel Jones played the whole spring. This guy couldn't go. I would say this. If they first off, Anthony got behind by not being there in the spring because there are new things they're putting in. And they're also finding out that the playbook with Jones is bigger than with Anthony. Now they get done with the spring and he's behind. I guarantee that the veteran players are starting to take sides in this. They realize our offense works better with Jones back there. My receivers actually think they're going to throw to me. So that will start to happen. What I really think is at the end of the day, they're going to put Anthony on the field first on opening day. and they're going to let him fail in front of the fans and a short leash pull him and put Jones in probably by week 4.
Tyreek Hill is telling everybody he's going to try to get the Dolphins to keep Jalen Ramsey because, we need good players on our team. I agree with Tyreek Hill for what it's worth, but this whole change of personality and trying to be a leader, you buying any of it, Pat?
I like Tyreek. I think he's immature guy, super talented. I think he's positioning for a new contract. And you know what? I give guys, there's 2 or 3 ways to try to get a new contract. One is go catch 100 balls, which he's capable of. That means the quarterback has to stay upright because without the quarterback, he won't. Number 2, they want a contract, and he will want one very shortly. And number 3, if he wants to leave, he knows his image isn't great, and he's going to clean it up. So when he puts that for sale sign on himself at the end of the year, people have thought he changed. And don't you think Stephon Diggs kind of tried to do that?
Yes.
And he tried to play Boy Scout.
And it was working till he got hurt.
Right. And then he kind of reverted back to his real personality. But I think Tyreek is trying to figure out, how do I get paid again? And now, I will say, running 10-1 in the 100 meters 2 weeks ago at 31 years of age, that is significant athleticism right there, which tells me I wouldn't worry about now, the athletic part, I wouldn't worry about giving him a contract extension. The personality and everything else, maybe not, but I think he's trying, and I don't blame him for this. He's not pulling a Ramsey, telling him, get me out of here. He's going to go his route and try to get himself, polished up and cleaned up. I mean, Mark, you know a lot about real estate. When a guy says he wants to sell his house and you go over there and look at it and you say, you really got to do a couple things before we can put the sign on the lawn. That's what Tyreek's doing.
By the way, Dolphins open up in Indy against the Colts. Last 2 teams that we talked about and with the issues going on there. Pat, we have about a minute. What do you think is going on with Chris Greer and the Dolphins? This 6-week saga about trading Jalen Ramsey and trading Jonnu Smith, and now nothing? I mean, so no teams are interested? They're not meeting their price? What do you think is really going on? We've got a minute.
Yeah, I think that no one's meeting the price they want and what they think they deserve to sell the services of those players. And that doesn't mean they won't get it. I think, what do players do when they can't get a contract? Like maybe Ramsey's doing it. He's going to wait it out until someone loses a starting corner. Maybe the Dolphins are waiting to see who goes down in camp or who goes down before the trading deadline and dump the players then. Especially the tight end. I don't get the tight end at all for these guys. But I think when you can't get your price, you keep the for sale sign up, maybe. I know a lot of people selling their house without a sign on the lawn, and they're trying like crazy to sell it. So I think they still want to do it. Why are they doing it? I have no idea. That makes football sense to me. All you're doing is watering down your roster. For what? A couple of late picks? I wouldn't be doing it, but maybe they're trying to protect the coach. Maybe there's especially with Ramsey, a communication issue that's festering. Maybe the head coach and the player are going head to head with each other, and they're protecting the coach to try to get these guys out of there.
He's Pat Kirwan, moving the chains. He and Jim Miller co-host it weekdays on NFL Radio 3 to 7. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, and doing so on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Pat, have a great rest of your week. Seth Everett is next.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. 4635. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Hi, Seth.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Well, that's too much. Want to see what my kids got me for Father's Day?
Yes.
So they got me this.
Okay.
But this is what it says on the back. I don't usually do corny shit, but I like this.
Higher. Can't see it. There we go. Ah, very nice. See, I have my Yeti coffee mug, Seth, that has.
Oh, yes. That's the trendy one.
This is
Best dad ever.
With some pictures. This was a couple years old that the daughter got.
I'm a sucker for this. I like this.
How's everything else going in your world?
Everything's good. Today is the last day of school. So that changes the whole aspect. My older one's getting her license soon. So today was
school.
Today was the last day.
For your kids?
Yeah, public school. Today's the last day.
It's June 25th.
I know.
What the hell?
I know. Today's the last day of school.
Wow.
My big one, who's a high school junior, she hasn't gone since Monday. She had a final Monday, and she's a camp counselor. So she's been going to camp every day. My little one went to school because she likes hanging out with her friends, even though they're like not doing anything.
No, I get that because I kind of, my daughter broke her hand and got the cast off yesterday, and she got the green light to do everything. And we're talking about gymnastics, and I'm like, do you like it more for the gymnastics or for the girls you do gymnastics with?
To be with your friends, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's her sports is the social aspect more than anything.
Yeah. Hi there.
I'm sure you've already been asked this, but what's that shirt?
Devils.
Oh, okay. It was the top of the devil. I was wondering, I'm like, Longhorns? What are we?
No.
Cattle?
No, but I was showing Mark. My new mug.
Okay.
But my kids got it for me.
Huh.
And you have to say it in a British accent. By far the greatest dad the world has ever seen. Because that's how it was intended. The Premier League released the schedule, and I've been looking.
Oh.
I'm going to try to go this fall. Going to try.
Wow. Thank goodness.
Now,
Maybe
do
in
you have
January, a little January in London.
like that inexpensively? I mean, do you have miles stocked up that you can use for that flight, or is
Well,
that...
it would just be a flight. I mean, I wouldn't stay anywhere fancy schmance. I would just go, just me, and I have a like a standing invite to go to a game. So it wouldn't be too pricey.
So are you thinking that you won't have to pay for tickets?
Oh, I know I won't have to pay for a game ticket.
So basically, it's airfare, and then you're going to figure out accommodations.
Yeah, hotel.
Airfare's not that bad. You've got obviously plenty of choices to fly from.
Yep, it's not. It won't be terrible.
Like probably what, $600?
I know, but there's not a lot of options because I live like 14 minutes from Newark and an hour and a half from any other airport. So,
Well, to save money though, you put in the extra hour.
oh, I'm not going to Long Island. I'm not going to Queens. LaGuardia?
Oh, well, you could go to JFK.
I'd rather pull my own hair out. Oh, JFK is even worse. No. That's for suckers.
Huh?
Never.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Jon Chepkevich joined us an hour ago to talk about the draft. We just had our weekly chat with Pat Kirwan. All our guests joined us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, as does Seth Everett right now. You know, the two great podcasts. Honestly, check them out if you never have before. Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. He's wearing his New Jersey Devils shirt. By the way, and I'm not saying this because you're wearing the Devils, because, I don't have any ill will towards the Devils, unlike you towards my Rangers. But to have a shirt with no red in it, I mean, the Devils' primary color was red. I mean, I hate everybody's colors are now black and white. I mean, they try to dress women up in black and white. They're taking all the color out of fashion. I mean, can we interject the color back into jerseys, please?
Well, you're talking about my fantasy job. My fantasy job would be to be the uniform police. Oh my God, that would be the greatest job in the world. You go around and you tell all the sports leagues how to do their uniforms. Oh my God, it would be so much fun. Get rid of third jerseys, make NBA teams wear white at home, make NFL teams wear dark at home. Oh my God, it would be so much fun.
I do find this interesting, David, because your favorite team in baseball are the New York Mets.
Yep.
And was it for a cause, or do their third jerseys have purple in them?
I actually think it's their fourth jersey, and it's the city jersey. Their third jersey is I think it's a Friday night only. When the owner took over, he said, one of the first things he said, besides the fact we're going to win a World Series, which he never should have said, he said, I'm bringing back the black jerseys. And I think Friday nights, the Mets at home play in their black jerseys.
That's cool. That's from the Darryl Hamilton era.
Yes. Yeah,
From
the late 90s, early 2000s, absolutely. And fans like it, I will say. I never saw that uniform growing up. I mean, the Mets were the combo of the Dodgers and the Giants. The Mets colors are white, blue, and orange. And that's because they were the National League team that replaced the Dodgers and the Giants after they had gone west.
Speaking of, last Saturday was the 10th anniversary of Darryl's passing. It's been 10 years.
It's your best friend.
That's our best friend. And then we got the terrible news over the weekend about the passing of one of the nicest human beings in baseball, Scott Miller.
Yeah, great.
Long time with CBS. What of the greatest people, and a guy who I had on Sports with Friends 4 weeks ago.
Well, I know, because he had just finished his book, and as late as like 4 days before his death, he was promoting
the book. Yep.
Right.
I called him in March to come on and do a season preview, like a 2025 season preview podcast. And he said, yeah, but can I come back in May when the book comes out? And I said, sure. Why would I not want to have Scott Miller on? He's a great guest. And he did the podcast. This is the third time that someone has died within a month of coming on that show.
Uh-oh.
Mel Antonin, USA Today, longtime writer, died 4 weeks after coming on Sports with Friends, and the late, great Peter McNabb.
I don't know if you want to publicize that, Seth.
I know. Well, we've had 509 episodes. Still think your odds are pretty good.
They're not great. I mean, let's be brutally honest here, Seth.
0.5%.
Well,
you know what they are for not going on your show?
Yeah, but think about it.
I'm a little worried about both Miller and Moulton because we've done the damn thing. Yeah, now I'm starting to fear for my.
Yeah, but you got the 4 weeks cleared. I'm talking about this. There's other people who have been on the podcast that passed away. I mean, it's in case you didn't know, like it's part of life.
No, I think we're all aware of that. Okay, we really are. But I mean, this sounds though. I mean, wow, this is fairly recent, though. You know, like, yeah, you've had 509 episodes, but these 3 people passing within 4 weeks of appearing, I mean, this is like all in the last year.
Mel Antonin was in the hospital, and I reached out and I said, I hope you're feeling better. And he said, how the heck? He didn't use the word heck. He said, how the heck do you have a podcast called Sports with Friends and I haven't been on it? I said, well, get out of the hospital. I'll put you on. He gets out of the hospital. I put him on. Died 4 weeks later.
Right. But I mean, this is all, so if we start doing the math in the last year, I mean, if you do the math over 10 years, yeah, I like your percentages. It's less than 1%. But if we do the math in the last year, you've got a 5 to 6% chance of dying within 4 weeks of appearing on Sports with Friends. That's not good.
Tim Brown came on and then got a hole-in-one. So, hey, listen. The Sports with Friends blessing is a real thing.
A hole-in-one from coming on the show, but you have a 5% chance of death. First off, the person on the hole-in-one end, you have to at least book someone who golfs for them to be interested in the positive part of coming on your podcast. Since we're all going to die and not all of us golf, these odds seem incredibly poor.
This before we got on this tangent, my point was
you brought the tangent.
One of the things that Scott Miller shows you is that the community of baseball, the people who cover it, the people who are part of it, has nothing to do with anything that happens between the 2 white lines. Just are remarkable human beings. And to see the outpouring for Scott Miller, to see all the people that reached out to me about Daryl, it just was a very emotional weekend, and I'm so sorry to lose Scott. He was a good friend.
Well, I'll just say this, and I think in all the years we had him on like once on this show, but it's not very often that a member of the media passes and the sport they cover sends out a statement.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, no, seriously, like when Chris Mortensen passed, the NFL commented on that. Chris Mortensen was a trailblazing writer turned TV guy, I mean, but when Scott Miller passed, Rob Manfred very quickly sent out a statement about his passing. And that's, I mean, the media sucks. We get it. We suck. But every now and then there's a few people when the sport they're covering talks about them after their passing. You're like, wow, that person made a difference.
I saw that right away. Chris Mortensen, by the way, never came on the podcast, so that helps my odds.
All right, I'm going to let everybody in.
Had to love that. I had to. That was low-hanging fruit.
It really was, and I appreciate it. But I'll let the audience in on a little thing that David first did with his mom, and he now does with me as well. When someone of note passes, we text one another. The text has nothing more than their name and their age.
Oh, it's just death.
It's Scott Miller, 62.
And that's it.
That's all the text says. And we do it to each other constantly. Mark has been out at games or concerts and has sent me a text at like 9:30 at night because he found out that so-and-so died. And that's all our texts are: name, comma, age.
And do you guys know Ed Randall, the broadcaster?
Yes.
Ed Randall worked with us at MLB, and his show got canceled, and they couldn't fire him. He had a contract. So for a year and a half, he was the obituary guy. And what he had to do, and he was loud, and he would rehearse at his desk. And every day you walk by him, he was talking about some person in baseball that was still alive. Yeah, Buck Showalter was a manager. Like he would literally do these obituaries every day. What a miserable existence.
Oh, Seth, the TV networks.
They all have them.
They all have hundreds of obits that are
We
done.
have one for Biden
edited.
right now. Right now, they have it all ready to go.
And the only thing they have to change is, and oftentimes you'll see this, make sure you note this going forward on network television obits, okay, so-and-so was 82. That's it. That's the only line, because that obit's
100%.
been on the shelf for 3 years. So they'll
100%.
literally check it to see if the date's right, and then they'll
tone in the
revoice
voice
the last
is different.
sentence. Yep.
But Seth, since we now have a group text that you started, for the three of us, in case you need to change, in case you want to,
that's a fun text. Yes.
Every once in a while, you provide us with some great information. In fact, you threw the stuff out about the potential raise sale before we got to it. But now that text may have to include the deaths that will now say Scott Miller, 62, guest on Sports with Friends, ?
Right. And you'll have to let us know, Sports and Friends or Hall of Justice even.
Yeah. There have been people who been on Hall of Justice that are no longer with us, but not right after. The three Sports with Friends guests are that freaked me out.
Wow.
Mel Antonin said that Mel Antonin's widow said after they buried him, they went back to their house and they listened to the podcast because they wanted to hear him.
Oh, well,
It
that's
was really
nice.
sweet.
That's nice. Now I'm starting to wonder about weekly appearances. Like if any of us are in grave danger because of, you having been on the show weekly for over 15 years.
Right. So you would put a comma.
Yeah.
Frequent guest.
Yeah. Seth
Weekly.
Everett, comma, frequent guest.
Filled in on Christmas. Highest rated show of 2024.
Right. Yeah. No, it would be Seth Everett, comma, 50.
51.
That's
51.
It. Are you? All right.
51. Yeah.
Okay. See, once again, I got to change the final line of the obit.
You got to change the thing.
It's been on the shelf now for
Get
a
Britt
year.
Hume. Yeah.
Seth, I got to say, Sunday took the family, the mom, the wife, the daughter, and went up and saw the Tigers and the Rays at Steinbrenner Field.
Oh, how was that?
It was fun. It was hot. I was
hot.
able to get rows in the back, or seats in the back 5 rows, so I was in shaded area, which was great. But Seth, the whole time, I'm looking at this going, oh, do I want them to play a playoff game here? Because the one thing about it that I truly liked is that other than walk-up music, they didn't have a lot of sound going on. It didn't remind me of a normal baseball game. It reminded me of going to a baseball game when I was a teenager.
Yes,
it was
spring
very
training,
old school, and it was kind of fun in that way. But man, oh man, do I want them to have to play a playoff game.
Yeah, well, that's the same mentality. Like I used to say, my nuclear World Series dream. Colorado plays Cleveland, and a blizzard wipes out both cities.
Right, in November, right.
Yeah, in November. Yeah, 100%. No, and on the podcast, I had Scott Rosner, who's a great guest for you guys. You would love him. He's a sports management professor. We did a sports business podcast, and we talked about these eyesores. The A's situation, I know they broke ground, but Mark Mulder's on the podcast next week. He eviscerated the A's franchise. That is a terrible, terrible situation. The Rays, you guys are obviously closer to, and these are two big eyesores heading into a potential labor deal. And Manfred's trying to get new media contracts to replace the money lost from ESPN. Baseball is at a really, really big crossroads.
Well, there's no doubt that Manfred, before he retires, has 3 huge things on his plate, which will probably define his 15-year legacy when he's done. What I found interesting, and before we plug your podcast, what I found interesting about the whole shovels in the ground in Vegas, Raleigh Fingers was there. And I'm thinking to myself, how much did they have to pay Raleigh? Because the minute you appear with that owner helping to promote Vegas, the old Oakland community is totally done with you.
I know. Mulder and I recorded next week's podcast already, and I have to get him back. I texted him because we talk about how they're never going to break ground. Mulder thought that Vegas was never happening.
Well, so did David Sampson.
That's going to be in the deleted the deleted scenes of that episode because that won't be in the podcast.
All right, 90 seconds top. Go.
Yeah, so Scott Rosner, we talked about
right.
NBA,
Who's dying in the next 4 weeks? Who?
So Scott Rosner, the Lakers and the Celtics sold, and the idea is, should other owners be appealing to this high valuations like the Steinbrenners and get out? Should James Dolan just get out of this and get it to a younger man's game? Is this a trend? The Lakers and Celtics a trend that's going on? We also talk about the state tax issue with leagues with hard caps. Should teams that play in cities that have state income tax, should they get to go higher over the cap to compensate for the loss? Because, you see the success of Dallas and the Florida Panthers. And in Hall of Justice, her name is Claudia Wells. She was Marty McFly's girlfriend in Back to the Future.
Ah, I like it.
Okay.
And explains why she wasn't in Back to the Future 2.
Which, by the way, when they went forward in time, it was to the year 2015, if you want to feel it.
Right, because when the Cubs had that great 2015 season, everybody thought they were going to win it that year because it would have matched up with the movie. Because it turns out it was a year later.
Yeah,
He's
Seth Sports Everett. Almanac. Yep.
Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, 2 terrific podcasts. You have to listen to Sports with Friends because the guest has a good chance of dying within a month. Follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or NolanAgency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs, and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Miller and Moulton are very grateful to you, the listeners, for making us one of the highest rated shows for men, because the working man is one of the toughest demos to reach, and we do. Great sponsors like Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Sleep Treatment Direct, Game Day Men's Health, and Molly Maid recognize that, and we thank them. And if you own a business and working men are your clientele, the most cost-effective way to reach them is through us. Text Miller and Moulton at 21,000 or directly via X at that Mark Miller or the David.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Just made the big leap, David.
What does that mean?
We're purchasing a generator.
Oh, really?
Whole house generator.
So to like use regularly, not just as a backup in case?
No, to use as a backup in case, but literally it's the whole house. It's everything. If something were to go, if we lose power for a week, I'm not going to.
Right. Oh, wow.
I'm going to have air conditioning. Is basically what it boils down to.
Let's get to the important stuff.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Thanks so much for being with us in the 239 and the 904. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when? It's about 35 or so minutes away. I thought Seth brought up an interesting topic that apparently he and his guest on Sports with Friends got into, which is now the time to sell if you own one of these major North American pro sports teams, or do you think it will really continue to rise at the exorbitant rate that it is?
It's a great question. And the part of it that I'm trying to get my hands around, or my head around, or any part of me around for that matter, is part of the reason, at least I think, that the franchises have gained so much value over the years was in part because of all the revenue they were receiving from their TV partners. And in baseball and basketball, the TV revenue, and baseball especially, but is largely the local TV revenue, not the national TV revenue.
Right.
And we have no real idea of what that's going to look like going forward. The regional cable TV model is busted. We know that. And we just talked about last week with Seth that the Nielsen data is out, that now we have more people consuming television via streaming than over the air or cable. There are so many unknowns. I could be a fool, David. I could be an absolute fool. But if I were an owner, to me, it would be time to get out. I think you get the newsletter from Sportico Daily. You may not. But yesterday, the WNBA valuations came through. And they're through the roof. Now, that league, maybe because of Caitlin Clark, still has 5 years of growth. But I was bullish on the MLS 8-10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'd get out now. If I had one of those teams then, be eager to sell it now. So I think Seth's on to something.
Quick tangent, by the way. So they're having this club World Cup where clubs from around the world have come to the States and they're playing one another. And I guess they just knocked 32 teams down to 16.
Yeah, I think it's the World Cup of club teams is what.
Yeah, I think it's called Club World Cup. I don't know. So they invited 3 MLS teams to be in it. Only one made it through to the round of 16, and that's Messi's team. In all seriousness, what if they beat PSG? What if they lose in penalties? I mean, do you think that this is an important match coming up here in the coming days? For as bullish as you were on buying an MLS franchise, you also, when we talk soccer on the big stage, say, listen, the MLS is at best the 8th best league in the world, and it could be worse than that. And I'm just wondering, is this a match that could really help the image of that league, even if they just win one match in the round of 16?
Against a superior opponent.
Right.
A clearly superior opponent. Boy, that's a great question.
Even if they give them a match, Mark.
I think it would do a lot in the soccer community. I don't know how much it does for MLS in the States.
Right.
But does it make more guys want to take MLS money and transfer over here to play.
Like if it's
to me what I think it could do.
If it's 1-1 at the half and they lose 2-1 or, a late goal 3-1, in which people go, they're pretty good. They didn't embarrass themselves. They belonged on the pitch. PSG was better, but I mean, I'm just wondering. A quick sidebar there, but
all right.
Miller and Moulton. I found it funny with what it is that we're talking about, that officially yesterday, the NBA owners unanimously approved the sale of the Minnesota Timberwolves to Mark Lowry and Alex Rodriguez for $1.5 billion. Think about all the recent sales. And that's what many people believe happened. That the owner, Glenn Taylor of the T-Wolves, agreed to sell the team. He had been struggling to find a buyer. And within months of coming to an agreement on a 3-tier sale process with Lowry and A-Rod, that during the first tier, people tapped him on the shoulder and said, "You're only getting $1.5 billion? You could easily get $2.5 billion. Hell, you might be able to get $3 billion. What are you doing?" And then at the same time, the team started winning for the first time in a while. And a lot of people believe that's why he tried to back out of the sale. They didn't have any legal standing. He made up stuff about them not having the money. They're like, "What are you talking about? The money's right here. We're just following the process." And I mean, think about it, Mark. Like the Rays reportedly for $1.7 billion. Now, listen, these valuations haven't gotten to baseball yet. I think the Mets are still the most expensive franchise that's been sold in Major League Baseball, and that was like $2.3 billion. I mean, you tell me, Phoenix Suns or New York Mets? And the Suns went for $4 billion?
Yeah, that does look, David, like an outlier. That Ishbia paid way too much for that franchise. Way too much.
Way too much.
Let me ask you this. Clippers or the Suns? And how much would you rather own the Suns by? Because my guess is Phoenix is going to be your answer. But how close is that?
Well, I know why you're asking, because Ballmer paid half for the Clippers, and then he built his own arena, and they are gaga for hoops in Los Angeles. It is far and away the number one sport in Los Angeles is basketball. Far and away. Baseball second, by the way. Football a distant third.
By the way, quick basketball sidebar. I think both Miller and Moulton approve of the Netflix series Running Point. About halfway through with my wife. David and his wife watched it. A little basketball sitcom. Kate Hudson, she's not too terrible to look at. Decent show. I think it gets a thumbs up from Miller and Moulton. Go on.
I gave it a thumbs up to you, so my reputation was on the line, and you're giving it a thumbs up, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm with you.
Just quick little sidebar there.
Now, it's not so loosely based on the Lakers. Okay.
Right. And it's very predictable because it's a sitcom after all. Like,
right.
You know what's going to happen, but they make you laugh two or three times a show. And quite honestly, for a sitcom, if I can laugh out loud once and giggle twice an episode, I think I've done okay for those 24 minutes.
I would do Phoenix, though, because I'm the only game in town, as opposed to always being little brother or stepsister or whatever you want to call it in Los Angeles. And that's what the Clippers clearly will be.
Absolutely. And that doesn't even take into account if USC ever gets their act together and where they go on the list.
But my thought when I heard the news yesterday that the NBA governors unanimously approved the sale of the T-Wolves to Mark Lowry and A-Rod was, if they turned around next week and put out a for sale sign, what would they get? Seriously. I'm not joking.
No, I know you're not. And another $500 million, another $500 million, easy.
Minimum.
Easy.
I think they could get an extra $1 billion if they put the team on the market next week.
And would it surprise anyone if A-Rod did that? Now, back to your original question. I said I'd be a seller for most every league, NFL, MLS, NHL, MLB, NBA. I would be selling. The only team I might hold for about 5 years is if I had a WNBA franchise. And I might sell that now too. Are you advising, Stephen Ross and the other owners around to sell?
No. If I own an NFL team, I am holding on for a long time because I don't think those valuations are going down.
What about the other leagues?
It's funny. I'm wondering if now's the time to sell the WNBA franchise because they're in the process of negotiating a new CBA and the league doesn't make money now and the players are making bupkis. Do we think this league's going to become profitable? And outside of the Indiana Fever, if you know what I mean. I mean, until the next, the hope is Caitlin Clark is the first of the next wave of young players. Paige Becker's in Dallas, Juju Watkins when she gets healthy a year from now, entering the league, etc. And that every team will have a standout marquee sell jerseys type of player. Mark, I think I'd sell now.
For the record, for those wondering, David brought it up quickly, the FIFA World Cup or the FIFA Club World Cup. Paris Saint-Germain minus 550 on Sunday against Inter Miami that you can get for plus 1,300. Plus 650 for a tie, by the way.
I mean, this is do you believe in miracles?
I don't know if I'd go that far, but
I mean, Messi is 38. I mean,
right.
the two best players on Inter Miami, I think, are 38 and 37 years old.
Yeah, no, it's App State beating Michigan for sure. It's App State beating Michigan. You start doing that. Do you believe in miracles? You're going to get me a little fired up.
I understand.
But I understand where you're coming from because obviously it would be a huge upset. As some people have pointed out, PSG won the Champions League, for crying out loud. This is regarded as the best club right now in the world. And I think it's in Atlanta against Miami on Sunday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I started watching another show because of the previews got me. It's called AP Bio. If you watched Loudermilk and have heard of that show, which I thought was pretty good, this has a similar feel. I like it. I don't love it. I like Running Point better, but it's pretty good. Oh, crap. Have you seen Bill Burr's Elvis bit?
No.
Caught part of it yesterday, and he goes through just all the trail-breaking things Elvis did. I mean, think about all he did. Married a minor. And he just starts rattling off the drugs that died and then died on a toilet. And then he talks about watching this Elvis documentary, and his wife sits down, and I did not know his wife's black. And he goes, so I've got my own thoughts. And then she says, and it was, oh my God. I laughed. I just laughed and laughed and laughed.
I'll make sure. I just wrote it down. I'll make sure to check it out today.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Along with some final thoughts, all coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. We did not talk about this story at all today. I didn't even mention it in the starting five. I do think, though, it's worthy of discussion, at least one part of it. Did you hear about the Ketel Marte incident last night?
I did.
For those that don't know, he's the Arizona Diamondbacks second baseman. Arizona was in the south side of Chicago to play the White Sox. They've taken the first 2 games of the series for what it's worth. So Marte homered in the first inning. He comes up in the top of the 7th. Not a lot of people at the game. We've joked in the past about Rays and Marlins games. Mark, you joked one time being at a Rays game and being able to heckle Delman Young. And you were like, oh, trust me. Okay. From base to base, everybody in the stands on both sides, they heard me.
Oh, yeah. Delman Young had gotten into trouble for threatening his wife with a lot of harm and wasn't obviously gotten domestic violence issues and things of that nature. But he never, to my knowledge, committed domestic violence. He threatened it, and very harshly and horribly. And so when he was coming to the plate, I was 25 rows behind home. And as you can tell, my voice carries. And I very loudly said, don't worry, he'll only threaten to get a hit.
Before like 834 people seemingly at the Trop, even though there was more than that, but it was pretty quiet.
It was quiet. I waited for the perfect moment and let it rip. And trust me, every single person in front of me turned around to see who said it, from row 1 to row 20. And having broadcasted games and virtually empty arenas, and having the players who worked for the team that I was on tell me they could hear me on the bench doing play-by-play while the game was going on. Because when our team scored on the road in this vacant building and I bellow as scores and come through with the players would laugh on the bench going, good call, Millsy. I liked that one. I knew when I said it to Delman Young that he heard it.
Some of the early FGCU games that I did, and needless to say, there weren't a lot of people at the games, home or away. And there was one player on the free throw line who turned to me because I was directly across from the free throw line. But you know, you're not that far away, Mark. You've done hoops before. If you're right there, I mean, from the elbow to where you're sitting is what, 20 feet?
Yeah. Yeah, you're close. I mean,
At
you're basketball, you're courtside.
Right. And so I've had a player or two on the free throw line turn to me and basically shush me, like, shh, okay, kind of like we can hear you. I've been talking about a guy shooting free throws and had the guy turn over and look at me. Okay. So anyway, think we had one of those type of situations last night at what is no longer Comiskey, but Chicago's Rate Field. So Marte, after homering in the first, comes up in the 7th. And there is a heckler who, for whatever reason, decides to start talking about Marte's mom, who died in a car accident 8 years ago. And Marte clearly heard it because it clearly affected him. It affected the at-bat. He's out in the field in the next half inning, and Arizona ends up having to make a pitching change. And while they're all standing there on the mound waiting for the new pitcher to come in, Marte is crying. And the manager and the bench coach went to the dugout and immediately asked for this, quote, fan to be ejected, which he was. But Marte did not talk to the media after the game. The Diamondbacks, needless to say, were a combination of sad and incensed. And, you know, we had the incident during the playoffs last year. It wasn't a heckling situation, but it was the World Series, right? The Dodger outfielder, was it Betts? Okay, goes into the crowd, and the two Yankee fans are like
trying to take his glove.
Right, with the ball in it.
Right.
Right. And Major League Baseball have banned them for life. And Basically, that's what the Diamondbacks came out after the game, and they're like, listen, this happens a lot more than you guys are aware of, the stuff that's coming from the stands, and we need to be vigilant about this, that whenever this happens, people have to be called out by name. You know how it happens, Mark, on social media. Somebody does something, there's a video, and all of a sudden, within 3 days, what ends up happening? They end up losing their job. They lose this, they lose that. And it's, the social media shame. And the Diamondbacks were talking about it last night, kind of like, yeah, this ain't okay.
Yeah, Torey Lovello, the manager, heard it. I mean, he heard the comments, and he said, I looked immediately at Marte when it was said, and you could see his head go down. I could see that it affected him. When he was asked what he said, Lovello wouldn't repeat it.
Right.
So I'm all for a good heckle. There was an account that I was following for a while, I think on TikTok or Facebook, I don't know, some social media, where the guy had plate heckles, and they were hysterical. I mean, he would yell it. He was I think he was a Giants fan, and he was in left field, and he would yell things at the other team's players like, Moulton doesn't put his shopping cart back in the corral. And I mean, he just had all these dumb, fun heckles. And for his players, he would say things like, Moulton holds the door open for ladies and little kids. Just these obscure heckles, and they were hysterical. But obviously, this is in the other direction. And I do think that baseball's reaction was swift to this, and I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think Major League Baseball is going to have to worry about banning him. I actually think the White Sox will do it for them.
Remember Robin Ficker? The guy who at Bullets/Wizards game sat right behind the visitors' bench and would heckle. And it was
legendary.
And it was along the lines of, Moulton doesn't return to shopping carts. Now, he would do it constantly, and it annoyed a lot of people. But there would be video. There's Jordan Pippen video of Ficker heckling them, and those guys laughing hysterically into towels that the material is so good. And, and they were not getting mad. They're just like, well, we've beaten these guys by 30, and it's a hell of a way to end the game here.
Yeah, you also went to the lane in that era, David, and didn't know if you were coming back with all your appendages. It was a different game then, both on and off the court.
Now, Barkley was not a fan. And one time Barkley, when the Phoenix was playing the Bulls, flew Ficker out and put him behind the Bulls bench. That's when you know you're a pretty good heckler. But anyway, a very unfortunate incident on the south side of Chicago last night. And I think the White Sox should call this person out by name and embarrass him.
Miller and Moulton. That's not our poll question today. Our poll question is our one NBA draft poll question that by sports radio show law, we are required to do each and every year. Today's is about Cooper Flagg. He'll be the number one pick tonight. How good will he be? Right now, 68% of you say he'll be a very good NBA player. 22% say he'll be a star, and 10% say he'll be a bust. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Man, he got back to me quickly.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till we're done. We're out of here. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Obviously, tomorrow we'll look back at the first round of the NBA draft.
Extensive coverage of the first round of the NBA draft. We should talk about it, and what I'm hoping from about 6:21 when we come back on the air after our first break until about 6:21:30.
I am hopeful we have another couple, 2-3 major deals. That's what I'm most looking forward to tonight. I mean, we got 6 teams with multiple first-round picks, including Brooklyn with 5 of them. I mean, somebody's got to make a major trade, right? Come on now.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm looking forward to. Anyway, so some of what we'll talk about tomorrow. And
hopefully we can follow Brad Marchand around and see if he made it to another Dairy Queen. Apparently he was at one in the Bahamas yesterday.
Yeah,
they're not having any fun at all.
No, and it's with every day, and I know we're not supposed to draw anything into it, but I mean, if you're the Toronto Maple Leafs, do you know how much money you'd have to throw at Brad Marchand to get him to not re-sign with the Panthers? I mean, seriously. You might have to go like $9 million a year, because I think the Panthers are going to get him at a discount. I think they're going to get him at like 6.5. I think they're going to go like 3 for $20, something like that. I mean, Toronto might have to offer him $4 and $34 to get him at this rate.
And he may still say no.
Right.
Because of lifestyle and, he goes up there immediately. Well, he's got to bring us a cup.
Right.
And he's not a guy that's going to bring you a cup at this point. When you're in the playoffs, he's sure as hell going to help you get close to it. But he's not someone that leads you through the playoffs anymore and leads you through a season. Can lead you in the locker room, can show you the right way to do things. There's no doubt there. But
it's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today Was the Day When, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health, locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. Online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, or call them today, 239-427-3441. That's 427-3441. Mention Miller and Moulton and get 10% off your service. We start today in 1798. You're all now aware of this because John Adams signs into law the Aliens Friend Act, authorizing the president to deport any foreigner deemed dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States. 1798.
Never heard of it before.
1835, the first building was constructed at Yerba Buena. That's now San Francisco. Today in 1868, Florida, Alabama, Louisiana, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina were all readmitted to the United States after the Civil War.
Oh, until you said North Carolina there, I thought it was going to have something to do with the SEC.
1876, the Battle of Little Bighorn.
We got our butts kicked, man.
Custer got his ass kicked. There's no two ways about it.
Yes, he did.
Both the Sioux and the Cheyenne tribes kicked Custer's ass. There are just no two ways about it.
Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull were killing people and taking names.
Bobby Jones wins his first of 3 claret jugs today in 1926. 1929, Herbert Hoover authorizes the building of the Boulder Dam. Of course, that's now the Hoover Dam.
I went to Herbert Hoover Jr. High School.
Today in 1932, late Marco Island resident Gene Sorensen shirts a tournament record 66 at Fresh Meadow Country Club to win the U.S. Open. Let's see. 1948, Joe Louis KOs Jersey Joe Walcott for the heavyweight title at Yankee Stadium. 1950, North Korea invades South Korea. That would begin the Korean War. The first color TV broadcast was today in 1951. Arthur Godfrey hosts a musical variety special titled Premiere. 1975, Barry White, Can't Get Enough of Your Love, Babe, is released. Anytime I can bring Barry White into this segment, I'm going to do it.
No doubt.
The Omen premiered today in the U.S. in 1976. Purple Rain, the album, was released today. The commercial peaked for Prince. It would sell over 25 million copies and top the charts in 5 countries. 93, Letterman airs for the last time on NBC.
I believe Springsteen closed out the show, and it was the first time, and I think the only time. I don't think Springsteen did Letterman when he was on CBS, but Letterman talked him in to his final show on NBC, and the show went like 7 minutes long, and NBC just went with it.
Because Bruce kept playing. Shocker. Let's see. Tim Duncan, first overall by the Spurs today in 97. Today in 99, the Spurs would win the title. Tim Duncan would be the MVP, taking down your Knicks in 5 games. That big offensive game 5, 78-77.
Yeah. Ewing was hurt that series. Didn't play in the playoffs for the Knicks. So Tim Duncan was being guarded by Chris Dudley. Mark, I really liked the Spurs' chances heading into that finals. I really did.
Blake Griffin first overall in 2009, but that was not the biggest story of the day, not even close in 2009, because 50-year-old Michael Jackson was found dead in his L.A. mansion.
We were on the air.
Yeah.
We were doing afternoons, and our producer starts freaking out. And we were trying to do a show, and it's fairly early in our show. We did 2 to 6 then, and I think it was in our first hour of the show that all of a sudden TMZ,
and they were the only ones that had it for hours.
And John Cassio, our producer at the time, was going nuts about this. And he gets over the intercom, and he goes, "Guys, I think Michael Jackson died." And we look at one another and we look at him, and then it's kind of like, okay, we do a sports show. Are we supposed to do anything on this? But I can tell you, John, for the rest of the show, was completely useless to us.
And for perhaps the next couple of days as well. 2015, Karl Anthony Towns, the first pick in the draft by the T-Wolves. Aaron Ekblad was the first overall pick today in 2019 by the Florida Panthers. George Orwell, Eric Carle, he wrote A Very Hungry Caterpillar. Harold Melvin from the Blue Notes, Willis Reed, Phyllis George, Anthony Bourdain, and George Michael would have all celebrated birthdays today. Carly Simon is 82. Jimmy Walker is 78. Ricky Gervais, 64. Doug Gilmore is 62, and Del Curry is 61. What did I miss, David?
Well, you didn't miss anything. You did not miss anything. I'll say this about Ekblad. Sam Reinhart was second. Draisaitl was third. And who's the other guy who's on the Panthers right now? Because the top 4 picks of the 2014 draft in the NHL were all in the finals. Ekblad went first, Reinhart to the Sabres second, Draisaitl with Edmonton.
Bennett was fourth.
And Bennett, who was with Calgary, and then Florida acquired him in a trade. So the top 4 picks of the 2014 NHL draft were all playing in this year's and last year's Stanley Cup final.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good, we go to Cape Coral. That's right, Cape Coral, where Morgan Wright is at it again. Nicknamed the Moose is loose again, as they say in the article. He will appear on American Ninja Warrior for the 5th time. He had a nearly fatal heart attack almost 3 years ago. And the 51-year-old, back in form, is going to compete on American Ninja Warrior. You're a hell of a lot tougher than I am, Morgan, and it ain't close, brother. It ain't close. Good for you. For the bad, we go to California, where in Tahoe, security camera footage showed a mama bear and a baby bear breaking into a California cabin, and apparently Mama Bear was smart enough to go to the refrigerator, where she opened the refrigerator after making it through the front door and spent several minutes rummaging through the contents and working to pry open containers. How does the bear know to? I mean, that's the fridge isn't supposed to. Must have something stale in there, giving off an odor.
Well, I'm totally with you. I saw a video the other day of the bear just kind of walking through the house and just, kind of like us when we're going through the snacks. You open up something, nah, not interested in this. Well, what about this? Then you reach in, you grab a little something. Nah, I can do better. I mean, it's like, wait a minute. When did you guys get this multi-talented?
For the ugly, we go to Broward County, where FWC got reports of a person spearfishing, and you can't spearfish within 100 yards of a beach. They tried to get Juan Nealon to come to shore. He wouldn't. He paddled deeper into the ocean and then capsized his canoe to hide his evidence. An officer entered the water and recovered a spear gun and a Goliath grouper. It's illegal to spear Goliath groupers. You only can get them with a permit. He didn't have one, and Juan was transported to jail. And that's the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Wednesday, June 25th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Listen, we don't advocate betting on baseball very often, and I know he has a losing record, even though he's got like a 1.74 ERA. But Skeens is even money tonight.
Well, actually, he's pitching against another rookie, or a rookie 23-year-old, and they both throw gas. What a fun game this would. If you like pitching, find this game tonight.
In fact, it's this afternoon on MLB Network at 2:00. Skeens with his 1.85 ERA and Jacob Mizorowski with his 1.64 ERA. And it's a pick'em.
Here's the thing, David. I'll save you the juice, and I'll take the Brewers right now. Because what's going to happen is this game's going to be 1-1, 1-0, 2-1 after 6 innings. They're going to pull Skeens like they always do. And the bullpen will not hold the lead, the tie, or whatever the case may be. And they'll end up losing 4-1. Because that's seemingly what they do every damn time Skeens pitches.
Or he'll pitch into the 8th and leave losing 1-0, and that'll be the final.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, I know. I'm just saying.
How much longer is he a Pittsburgh Pirate?
It's only year 2.
I understand that.
At least 2 more years. At least through the next CBA negotiation. Then I'll be curious, by the way, when that CBA is negotiated, if the current owner of the team is still the owner of the team. But that's another story. 4 afternoon games today. That Pirates-Brewers game is one of them, 2 o'clock, MLB Network. For the record, Rays in Kansas City at 7:40 tonight. Marlins in San Francisco at 9:45 tonight. Your nationally televised baseball game is Yankees and Reds on Amazon Prime at 7 o'clock. Just saying, if you're into pitching, Max Fried going tonight for the Yankees. NBA draft, 8 o'clock. It's on both ESPN and ABC. It's first round tonight, second round tomorrow.
A draft so nice, they need 2 days for 2 rounds. Ridiculous.
9 teams do not have first round picks tonight. Knicks, Pistons, Warriors, Kings, Rockets, Bucks, Cavs, Lakers, Pacers do not have first-round picks. 6 teams have multiple first-round picks. Brooklyn's got 5 themselves. In fact, Mark, that's what we'll do tomorrow. We'll just recap the Nets draft.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.